Täällä Naantalin merimasku. Oikein hyvää iltaa kaikille. Vuorossa on suunnistuksen Viestiliigan toinen osakilpailu, kun käynnistyy ihan tuossa tuokiossa Kevätyön viesti. Järjestävä seura Turun suunnistajat on pannut parastaan ja luvassa on varmasti upea suunnistustapahtuma. Pääsemme ensin seuraamaan naisten jännittävää viestiä ja sitten sen jälkeen yön hämärtyessä on miesten vuoro. Silloin onkin sitten jo otsalamput tarpeen. Lämpimästi tervetuloa mukaan lähetykseen. No niin, täällä on alkamassa meillä Viestiliiga ja Kevätyön viesti. Edellisestä Finspringistä ei ole ihan hirveästi vielä ehtinyt kulua aikaa ja siellä nähtiin jännittävää kilpailua sekä naisten että miesten puolella. Naisissa nyt, jos ensin vähän puhutaan naisista, niin siellä on Iktiissä esimerkiksi Finspringin voittaja ei ole tänään mukana. Niin millaisia lähtökohtia tämä päivä sulle nyt antaa?
No mitä katsoin noita lähtölistoja, niin viime viikonloppuna maailmankappia juosseita suomalaisia tai mukamalaisia ei ole kuin ihan muutama mukana. Eli tulee mielenkiintoinen viesti, koska monilta huippujoukkueilta puuttuu ne ihan parhaat. Niin mä luulen, että tästä tuleekin tosi mielenkiintoista. Eli 10 joukkuetta ainakin pystyn luettelemaan, jotka voi tänään olla kärjessä. Että tulee hieno kisa.
Entä sitten siellä, mä huomasin ainakin tuosta lähtölistasta, että osa seuroista on laittanut aika paljonkin juoksijoita, niin sanottua terävintä kärkeä sinne kakkososuudelle jo. Esimerkiksi Paimion Rastilla on vahvaa kevätkuntoa esittänyt Milja Väätäjä ja Lynxillä sitten Finspringin nopein ankkuri Aino Mänkärlä. Niin onko tässä sun mielestä jotain ratkaisun avaimia?
No voi olla, kyllä toi pitää paikkaansa, eli siellä on oikeastaan kisan kovimmat naiset on ehkä tokalla osuudella, mutta sitten taas ilta vähän hämärtyy, ei taida kyllä varsinaisesti lamppuja tarvita, mutta saattaa olla, että suunnistus muuttuu vähän haastavammaksi ja kolmososuudella. Että se on mielenkiintoista nähdä, miten tämä taktiikka puree tänään.
Joo, tämä on taktista peliä myös suunnistuspuolella. No sitten naisten jälkeen niin tulee miesten kilpailu ja nyt mennäänkin sitten otsalamppu-meiningillä, eli on yösuunnistusta luvassa, niin onko sulla sitten miehiin nyt jotain odotuksia?
No tämähän on joukkueelle todella tärkeä kenraaliharjoitus Tiumilaa varten, joka on jo 2 viikon päästä. Ja samantyyppinen lähtötilanne, eli ensimmäinen osuus on suhtkot valoissa. Käytännössä lopussa tarvii vähän lukuvaloa. Et kyllä mä luulen, että joukkueet on niinku panostanut siihen, että heillä on vähän samat lähdöt kuin mitä Tiumilassa. Ja maasto on kyllä haastava. Ja yöllä siitä tulee erityisen haastavaa. Et uskon, että tullaan näkemään kyllä vaihteleva kisa.
Eli GPS-kukkasia mahdollisesti luvassa. Palataan myöhemmin lisää miesten viestiin ja tosissaan lähdetään tätä meidän 5-tuntista suunnistusurakkaa tässä naisten parista ensi aloittamaan, niin lähdetään sitten jännittämään tonne kaikkien osallistujien puolesta ja pitämään seuroille peukkuja pystyssä. Me ollaan tähän saatu Tampereen Pyrinnön naisia paikalle, juoksija ja valmentaja, ja on alkamassa tosiaan Viestiliigan kakkososakilpailu. Ja Karholan Lotta, sä oot tullut äitiyslomalta takaisin nyt kovalla tohinalla tänne suunnistuksiin, niin mitkä sun omat tavoitteet tälle vuodelle on?
No tietysti nämä viestit on yksi semmoinen, mihin on vähän helpompi lähteä kuin ihan tonne maailmalle kisoihin, että Viestiliiga ja Jukola ja Tiumila, ja kyllä mä oon ajatellut sitten, että elokuussa pääsisi jo maailmancupin kiertueelle mukaan.
Eli kunto on vahvasti siinä kasvussa, että tämä on mahdollista.
Joo, oikein kohisee korvissa, kun kunto nousee.
No, näin meistä ainakin näyttänyt myös siltä. Annika Viilo sitten valmennuspuolelta, niin minkälaisin tavoittein tänään Viestiliigaan Tampereen Pyrintö lähtee?
Me lähdetään semmoisella pitkän tähtäimen prosessiajatuksella, että tämä on osa valmennusta ja mennään niin kuin hallituilla askelilla eteenpäin. Hyviä suorituksia ollaan lähdössä tekemään.
Ja tässä onkin jo ensimmäinen osakilpailu takana, ihan vakuuttavaa tekemistä. Mikä sun mielestä on teidän naisten vahvuus?
Meillä on sellainen hyvä itseluottamus ja just se tasaisen suorituksen tavoite. Se on se vahvuus.
Hyvä. Kiitoksia. Paljon tsemppiä.
Kiitos.
Train brilliantly. with Forerunner. See every running insight lit up on a bright AMOLED display. And get ready to be better for it. Only from Garmin.
Kevätyön viestin menestyksellä on.
Sinä tekniikan alan ammattilaisena tai opiskelijana tiedät hyvin, että elämässä sattuu ja tapahtuu. Välillä mukavia ja välillä vähän vähemmän mukavia. Onneksi Insinööriliitto on olemassa, jotta sinun ei tarvitse yksin puolustaa etujasi. Liiton jäsenyys on työelämän vakuutus. Se antaa sinulle oikeudellista turvaa ja tukea. Keskity huolettomammin omaan uraasi, verkostoidu ja muista pitää myös hauskaa. Lue lisää inry.fi.
Maanmittausala on suunnistajalle hyvä vaihtoehto siksi, että tässä saa olla tosi paljon karttojen kanssa tekemisissä ja sitten pääsee maastossa kulkemaan työpäivien aikana.
Kaikki, mitä pitää tietää metsästä. Milloin suoritetaan ensiharvennus?
No ei ainakaan viimeisenä.
Oikeaa tietoa tuottavasta metsän omistamisesta saat Suomen laajimmasta metsämediasta. MT Metsä.
Rastikarhujen tuo leveys on erittäin hyvä ja tietysti ollenkaan tavatonta ei ole, että heillä myöskin kakkos- ja kolmasjoukkue ainakin viestin alussa.
Is there any better way to kick off the weekend than by following a relay in orienteering, even including a little bit of night orienteering? So welcome to Kevätyön Viesti, the second of 7 stages of the Finnish Relay Cup Viestiliiga. Last time we were a little bit east of Turku. Today's competition area is located a bit west to Turku in the archipelago of the city. And of course, this will have an impact on the terrain as well, as we will see later on. It's a little bit rocky, partly quite fast, and partly the forest is for commercial use. So we'll have kind of a different areas when we get through the terrain. Now it's around 2 weeks left until Tiomila, the big goal for many of the teams, and so that's also something that we can focus on today, because for many teams this races here, Kevätyön Viesti is one of the preparation races, last chance to get a place in the first team of your club's relay teams. So a very good chance here today, and Kevätyön Viesti, historically seen, is famous as exactly that. So it's often the last one, the last relay just before Tiomila. So it's a good test for all the teams from Finland to prepare for that event. Also, if you think about that, in many places a bit north in Finland, there's still snow, so all of them can travel down to Turku and run this traditional relay. First out today, we will have the women. So first, the women's relay. I don't expect it to get dark during the women's relay, so I think they can get through without the lamps. But then at around 9:40 local time, sunset is predicted, and then the last bit of light you will get at around 22:40, so local time. So the men definitely will go out and run with headlamps today. If we look back a little bit to the last competition, we had the winning team in the women's race, Iktisa from Lithuania, they are not here today. So it's only Finnish teams today. And the best Finnish team then back was, as we can see here, MS Parma now with the start number 1. They will start with Venla Lehtonen. They had quite many changes here, last second changes in their team. So let's see if they can live up to that first result they had a few weeks ago. Then maybe the big favorites for today, Kalevan Rasti first team, starting with Vera Laksovita, had a great run on the first leg just a few weeks ago, finished third there. And Tampereen Pyrinto will start with Lotta Karhula. Those two teams may be the big favorites today. And now it's only a few minutes left until the start, so I think they are gonna line up very soon at the starting line. We see here the start list. We can also see that many of the bigger teams, they had good performances by their second and third teams even. So their second and third teams will have quite a low start number today as well. You can see here from this picture as well that we are in the archipelago at around Turku. You can spot the sea a little bit there on the horizon, and you can also see that there are areas here where they are which are in commercial use. So there are many cotton areas every now and then, and that this affects, of course, the orienteering as well. But here we have them all lined up at the start from right to the left, the best teams from the first relay at the Finspring weekend. So start number 1 for Venla Lehtonen for MS Parma. She was running there the first leg in the third team, finished 28th on that first leg. Second team, Kalevan Rasti, maybe one of the big favorites today, Vera Laksovita running the first leg there. As I said, third on this first leg, but running for the second team then a few weeks ago. This is Tampereen Pyrinto with start number 3, Lotta Karhula. She was then running the second leg and had the third best time on this one. So quite many changes. Teams are testing their starting order a little bit here. Start number 4, Lahten Suunistajat with Anna-Kaisa Anjala. And start number 5, Pargas IF Alexandra Enlund. Starting, was running the second leg as well at the Finspring Relay. You can see that they are handed out the maps now. And in only a few moments, they will be off to this first leg of this relay. And of course, even if it's not getting totally dark during this women's relay, it will get darker and darker in the forest, and especially in dense areas. It will maybe affect the visibility a little bit. Maybe it will get a bit harder to read the map every now and then. But as you can see, of course, no one has a lamp here on the first leg, and no one will have on the second leg either. The course, I can tell you, is around 5.2 kilometers long, a little bit depending on the forkings you have. And off they go to this start of Kevätyön Viesti out on the first leg, heading over an open area very soon and then into the forest close to the arena center. The terrain was actually used earlier for the qualification of the middle distance back in, if I remember right, 2021. So then used for the middle distance qualification. So quite many runners, I guess, have been running in this kind of terrain, and of course have an idea how they have to set up this first leg in order to be fast. You can see the open area here, and now they are heading into the forest as they pass the starting point. And the first leg, it's not a too long leg, but of course it's forked. We have 3 different first controls, A, B, and C, and they are all lined up beside each other. So I'm pretty sure it will split up the groups. You can see the rocky terrain here, of course, close to the coast. And you can also see that the runnability in this part here is very, very good. Not only runnability, of course, also the visibility. And it's very good to see how they spread out here, covering a big area. See the teams of Espoon Suunta and Lahten Suunnistajat here. And they will follow this open area until the end and then head up. There's also a possibility, a little bit, depending on which control you have. See that Tampere Pyrinto is going to the left there. You can see that Espoon Suunta is going on straight ahead. So here you have to split up depending on which control you have. I can also see that it's quite a shift in the terrain, very open, very good visibility right after the start, and then here you get into an area where it is a bit more in commercial use, the forest, so a bit denser, smaller trees, visibility a bit lower, but of course no problem for the runners, and very soon they will get closer to this first control. Control is all on the top of the hill here, so you have to do the climb, you have to keep calm when you're on this first leg. It's very easy, especially when it's in an uphill, and the speed is quite high, that there's a risk that you follow a little bit too long towards a wrong control, so you have to be very careful. And what you also can see is that as soon as you get on the top of the hill, it opens up again and visibility gets good. Here's the control. Let's see, it doesn't look as if Lahten Suunnistajat got to the right first control there, Anna-Kaisa Anjala. So maybe a bit of problem. You can see from the GPS that most of the runners are ending up at control A and C. Not many of them have been running to B, so I guess there are a few teams that will lose a few seconds here right after the start. And now this second control will be a common control again. So everyone here will have the same control at number 2. And we can see from the GPS, or I can see at least, that we got 2 different groups here. But both heading towards this second control. And here on this list you can see all the teams that have a GPS device, so not all of them got a GPS device. We noticed that especially when we had the first competition, that there were many second and third teams among in the leading group that we didn't have devices on, so of course that can happen. But now we had of course a relay quite close to this one. So we know a bit better which teams to expect in the team. But let's see, this is the first control, and as I mentioned, we have this A, B, C option. And take a look now, many of the runners going to A and C. You can also see that Lahten Suunnistajat there ended up at the wrong control, as we could spot out in the terrain. Same for Lynx, Kalvan Rasti. So they had to go down to B, and of course lost a little bit of time there. And we also see that the runners from A control, where Turun Suunnistajat now finally got the control, that they followed a little bit too much to the west and missed out a bit on the second control. But now almost everyone back on track again towards the third control, where you have this open area just before this hilly, quite technical hill there with many features on. So you have to be careful when you get through this open area, and then on that hill again, you have to change your orienteering style, have to go slow down a little bit again in order to not miss out on any of the feature. You can also see that it's splitting up here. Espoon Sunta going a bit around this open area we have seen on the GPS before. Päivän Rasti and Tampereen Pyyrinto going straight through it. Can see the other teams down there. There we have Tampereen Pyyrinto in the red and white colors. So you have Päivän Rasti there. And now this one is a bit different compared to the first forking, because the controls, they are not beside each other. They are after each other in running direction. So you have to keep patient if you have the one where you have to run the longest distance. See that Tampereen Pyyrinto and Päivän Rasti got the control here. They both had the E option. Also Espoon Sunta. And you can see that it's splitting up very much already in the beginning. Of course, there are not so many teams. And it's also, if you compare it to a World Cup relay, the difference between the runners, of course, is bigger in a national competition. So it's more likely that it's going to split up and that you have less other runners around you when you run this first leg. Here we can see again a recap, or we are live. Around this third control, you can see that Tampere Pyrintö and Päivän Rasti and Espoon Suunta are in the lead. You can see that Helsingin Suunnistajat is a bit in trouble there. And all the others up on the hill. No one so far at the F control. Quite a big of a gap already between these three top teams there. There might be someone else as well not having a GPS device with carrying with her. Here we are behind Tampere Pyrintö and Päivän Rasti again. As they are approximately halfway to this fourth control. And here the first TV control at 2 kilometers and about 12 minutes of running time. So very good start here for Tampere Pyrintö and Lotta Karola. Same for Tulia Wiberg, Päivän Rasti. So we have Rasti Jussit. Jenny Pattana. And Hanne Hilo for Espoon Suunta. And there's a gap of these four teams compared to the others. And I wonder where Päivän Rasti is, because they are among the favorites as well, of course. So also here the GPS replay of Lahden Suunnistajat, who had problems already at the first forking, and also Suunta I Veskilä with problems there. As they punch here in fifth position, Rasti Karhut, second team, Suvi Simonsen. Rasti Karhut again, followed by Jämsän Retki Veikot, Tampere Pyrintö, second and third team, and Pargas. Now many teams are coming here. So have the Päivän Rasti second team and the first team, but it's already 1.5 minutes the gap between Tampere Pyrintö and Päivän. We're also waiting for MS Parma. There she is, Venda Lehtonen, 1:43 behind the silver medalist from the Finn Spring Relay. But as I mentioned at the very beginning, MS Parma, they had a few changes compared to their success team from Finn Spring, where they had Elsa Ankelo, Venla Lehtonen, and Annie Jalava running. And Elsa Ankelo, Annie Jalava, and Maja Sianoja were running. And then they had to change a few of the runners, and they had to another change here just before the race. So of course this affects this first team from MS Parma. And now we have 28 teams within 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Can see the standings here. At 2 kilometers, we have this first group, let's say 5 teams within 1 minute. But it is actually 4 teams in the lead. It is Tampereen Pirintö, Päivien Rasti, Rasti Jussit, and Espoon Suunta that are in the lead here. Those 4. We have seen that at the very beginning already, at the first control, that they were able to make this gap, to open this gap compared to the other teams. And then here at position 13, Kalevan Rasti, the first team. Here we can see how it continued for the leading team. So we have no GPS for GPS device for Rasti Jussit. And you can also see that fifth control. There's no forking at this one. Coming over the hill, having to attack the control from above, which always is a bit of a challenge. No problem for the leading group, no problems for the group behind either. There's a small hesitation for Päivien Rasti at control 6, which is a forked one again. But as you could see, they passed both of the controls, all 3 or maybe 4 teams in this leading group. You can now see clearly that the group behind is splitting up. One going a bit more to the south, of course, those who have this eye control. And this forking is actually splitted over 2 controls, so it starts here and it includes also the next control. So if you have this eye control to the very south here, then of course you get a little bit of a shorter one at the next option at control 7. Here we have Lotta Karhula. Where are the others? They're coming here, but it's a bit of a gap. Now, opening up here, a few seconds. You can see now that it's definitely opening up a little bit here. The teams behind, Päivien Rasti with Tulia Wiberg and Jenny Patana for Rasti Jussit and Hanne Hilo for Espoon Suunta, having a bit of problems to follow the speed of Lotta Karhula. You can see her up there to the left, already on the top of this hill. And as I mentioned, it's a forking here, so 3 different controls at control 7. Another recap. You can see how it's split it up there in the group behind. Maybe you can also spot where Lotta Karhula opened this gap a little bit. You can see that many teams went to this eye control. Kalevan Rasti's second team going to the other option there. So back in the leading group. Still can see Karhula there in the front, or you could see her. And here's the control. That's most likely the 8 control, the common one already. As we are waiting here at, no, I think this is control 8 at second TV control after 3.2 kilometers. And it's still Lotta Karhula in the lead. Second position for Rasti Jussit, Jenny Patana. Third, Esbon Sunta, Hanne Hilo. And fourth, Paimion Rastis, Tulia Wiberg. All within 10 seconds though, so no bigger gap there. But you can see that you get a feeling that it's definitely Lotta Karhula who has control over the situation here, who is sitting in the driver's seat of this small group of 4 runners. You can see that the bigger group, the bigger chasing group behind, is approaching this forking at control 7. And now it's going to be interesting because there are many runners running in a line, but they should start to split up here, definitely, especially if you have the one most to the east. I can see that Pargas is going towards this control to the east. So the second team of Kalevan Rasti, you can see that the first team heading towards the H control. I think that Pargas and the second team of Kalevan Rasti might have punched at control G. No one so far heading towards control I. I guess that someone out of this group should go there. And here behind Kalevan Rasti and Pargas. As they get to this second TV control. And the gap before was a bit more than a minute. Now it's definitely more. It's almost 2 minutes now. And you can see that it's the second team still for Kalevan Rasti. That's in front of the two of them. Kalevan Rasti 1 punching into 8th position. 2 minutes and 9 seconds behind. So the gap is growing between the 4 leading teams and this chasing group, definitely. This is a recap, so let's see if there was any of the teams that actually would have needed the eye control there. Yes, indeed. Jensen Retki Veikot and Rasti Karhut as well. So they lost a few seconds there, of course. I think we're back in the leading group behind Esbon Sunta. As we are heading towards control 10, another one, another forked one. There is only 2 controls because it won't be forked on the last leg. So only 2 different controls on this one here, as we are with Esbon Sunta and Hanne Hilo towards this 10th control. Can't see any of the other runners. Maybe due to the forking, maybe due to a smaller group or changes in the grouping here. No problems at all for Hanne Hilo and Esbon Sunta. Maybe we get an answer to the question why we see her all alone there. You can see that she headed a little bit more to the left, not really running on top of the hill there, but still together with Tampere Pyrinto in this section here. And it seems just that she had a better speed. Of course, also maybe a bit shorter control there at K, but you can also see that Paimon Rasti, Tulia Wiberg, did a mistake ending up at the wrong forking there first, so at least we have an answer to the question why we only see one runner here. I guess that we will see Lotta Karula again soon, as she didn't do any mistakes, just lost time due to this different forking. Be interesting as well to see if Rasti Jussit Jenny Patana is still together with Tampere Pyrinto or not. Of course, we couldn't see that on the GPS. And very soon we are getting close to the arena again. So very soon we will have the first changeover already. As she is heading out here on this open field where we saw the runners running over towards the first control. So now it's a small loop just towards the finish. Quite easy controls, many paths. Shouldn't be any bigger problems, but you can also see that the vegetation is changing a little bit here.
Tässä on Milja Väätä ja Paimion Rasti. Siellä menee aika vahvasti tällä hetkellä Tuulia Wibergillä. Millä ajatuksilla itse metsään?
No erinomaisella ajatuksella, hienoa kun saadaan hyvä startti Viestille ja itse on tosi innoissani pääsee jatkaa tätä.
Tsemppiä.
Kiitos paljon.
We are back with Lotta Karhula. Also heading to this 11th control. Can't really spot Hanne Hilo. But of course, still a very good start here for Tampere Pyrinto, the favorite team for today, one of the favorite teams. As you can see, the chasing group here with Kalevan Rasti. Another small mistake. First getting to the wrong forking. Not the perfect race here for Kalevan Rasti and Vera Laksavita. And back with Lotta Karhula here at control 11. And here we also have Rasti Jussit. Jenny Patana punching in third. The gap is around 20 seconds between these two groups, between Espoon Sunta and Tampere Pyrinto and Rasti Jussit. So very close together. Here we see it. We can also say that we have Rasti Jussit in between Tampere Pyrinto and Paimion Rasti. You can also see that it's still a gap for Espoon Sunta. So only a few moments left until we have the first changeover. And Espoon Sunta will change to Kia Miettinen on the second leg. Tampere Pyrinto, Anni Hanpää had a good run at Finspring Relay, finished 7th on the first leg there, so they changed the running order here in for Tampere Pyrinto. And for Rasti Jussit, it will be Antti Ivari. running this second leg. Can see that the gap now. Päivi and Rasti lost time there. Tulia Wiberg 1:15 behind, and we're still waiting for the chasing group. It was 2 minutes before, 1:59 at the second TV control. It's definitely more now. As you can see them, they have a few meters left. Kalvan Rasti, the chasing team there, trying to stay in contact with Tampere and Pyrintö. Kalvan Rasti will send out Siri Silvenoinen, who's running the first leg at Finnish Relay, so they changed the running order. Maybe a bit far down the hill there. Espoon Sunta might be a chance for Tampere and Pyrintö to get back in the lead. Here we have the chasing group. Vera Laksevita, Inga Dambe, who punched there as well. For Päivi and the Rasti second team. Then Tampere and Pyrintö second team and third team. Ida Jussiland, Pila Häkkinen. Then Rasti Karhut, Elli Peltomäki. And here Pargas as well, Alexandra Enlund. Just before we had MS Parma there, Venla Lehtonen, the silver team. MS Parma almost 3.5 minutes behind. You can see that Espoon Sunta now got control 13. Tampere not quite there yet. So only in a few moments we will have the first changeover after this first leg, and we can say that the difference was made at the very first control, already very, very early in this first leg. We had differences, this gap that opened just after the first control when there was a small mistake of the one group that had the A4 king towards control 2. So here the first team at the changeover, it's Espoon Sunta, Hanne Hilo coming into as the first runner and changing over to Kia Miettinen. Then the second team, Rasti Jussit, Jenny Patana. She will change over to Antti Ivari. And then in third, it is Tampere and Pyrintö, the one that has been leading quite a big part of this first leg, who seemed to be in the driver's seat for a long time, Lotta Karhola, with a very good first leg for Tampere and Pyrintö. And she will change over to Anni Hanpe. Getting the map there. You can see that the gap was 18 seconds. And this is Päivi and Rasti, Tulia Wiberg coming in fourth position. Changing over to Milja Vätäjä. We are waiting for the next teams. We are waiting for Kalvan Rasti to get here, but we know that the gap was around 3 minutes. So we have to wait a bit more. So 4 teams within, more or less 1 minute in contention to the lead. Back with some GPS. We see that there is Tampereen Pirintö, the second team, Ida Jussila, on the way to the changeover. Rasti Karhut, Kalevan Rasti.
No niin, tässä on aloitusosuuden 3 nopeita täältä Kevätyön viestistä. Hanne Hilo sieltä paalupaikka. Millaisia kokemuksia siellä metsässä oli? Mitä kaikkea siellä tapahtui?
Oli hauskaa, että oli ainakin nätti auringonlasku ja muutenkin olisi aika yksinäistä kärjessä näiden tyttöjen kanssa kuitenkin loppujen lopuksi.
Joo, teitä ei siellä hirveän suurta letkaa ollut, että erot tuli aika alussa. Miten Jenny, näitkö sä siellä paljon muita kuin näitä ja saitko ihan omaa työtä tehdä?
No kyllä ainakin omat hajonnat sai poimia, että jossain kohtaa ihan yksinkin sai mennä, että ihan tosi kivaa oli.
Ja alkukuvissa näytti Lotta siltä, että sulla oli aika paljon voimaa siinä, lähdit menemään ja näytti, että eroa lähtee syntymään, mutta sait sentään pari seuraksi sinne. Mitä omat mietteet tuolta matkan varrelta?
No tuli kyllä lähdettyä vähän vanhasta muistista silleen, kun tykin kuulla täysillä liikkeelle ja se alkoi kostautua vähän tuossa loppumatkalla, että ei enää pysynyt Hannen perässä sitten noita viimeisiä nousuja, mutta oli kyllä tosi hauskaa, kun siinä aluksi oli vielä vahva olo, mutta vähän vielä loppukunto kesken.
Jäädään jännittämään, kuinka teille käy.
There we could hear from the 3 first runners that they experienced that they sometimes were all alone and sometimes saw each other, of course. And you could also hear that Lotta Karhula said that she had to pay a little bit in the end for the high speed she had in the beginning of the course. We also got this chasing groups in. Most interesting, maybe Kalevan Rasti into 9th position there. Vera Laksovita, the gap was around 3.5 minutes. So quite big differences. And of course, we talked about that before, or I mentioned it before. It's only 2 weeks until one of the 2 very big and important club relays, Tiomila in Skellefteå and Sweden. And of course, it's a good feedback you can get here for the coming task in Sweden if you have a good run at the first leg for your team. And as we mentioned, maybe you have to qualify for your team, for your club. Maybe you have to fight for your leg that you want to run. So an important relay, of course. And good feedback especially for Lotta Karhula, Hanne Hilo, Jenny Patena, and Tulia Wiberg, who came back here in the 4 first spots. As we have Laten Suunnistajia to the finish. We saw that she had big problems in the beginning of the course at both the first control, where we saw her in the picture, where she was at the wrong forking, and then at the later stage as well, again. So back in the forest with Tampereen Pirintö and Anni Hanpää. You can see it here in a replay. We have Tampereen Pirintö and Espoon Suunta running together over these open fields. You can see that both have the A option. You can also see that Paimon Rasti, who has B, is going a totally different way there. Small hesitation for Espoon Suunta. No bigger problems. You can see that Tampereen Pirintö taking over the lead right after the first control. Heading towards the second control. Good direction there for all three of the teams. Now we are back again with Tampere and Pyrinto already on the way to the third control. Another forked one. It's the same course as we had on the first leg. Can see at this point here, very open forest, very good runnability as well. Can also see that she is looking behind every now and then, checking if there is someone else coming as well. Now entering this cutting area here, just before the hill with the three forkings on, the one we have seen already on the first leg. But back here at the first control, you can see that MS Parma and Rasti Karhut went to the wrong forking, to the C option there. Doesn't seem to have been any problems for Tampere and Pyrinto second team or Kalevan Rasti. So here we are with Paimion Rasti. And Milja Vätäjä. Heading a bit differently towards this third control. We remember that Tampere and Pyrinto and Annie Hanpe went quite straight through this open cutting area. Milja Vätäjä decides or chooses to go more to the left, climb up this hill here in order to avoid this cutting area. Maybe gets a bit better runnability towards the control, but has to climb a few meters, of course. Be interesting to see if this is going to pay off. Can see it here. As you can see, the tail 30 seconds. So now it's almost a minute between Tampere and Pyrinto and Espoon Sunta. We still don't know where Rasti Jussit is. If she's still in the group or if she had to open the gap. Here we are with the Paimion Rasti again. You can see that the gap is 1 minute and 20 seconds. No problems for Tampere and Pyrinto. Had the F control there. All the way to the south. I wonder if Paimion Rasti is heading there as well. all alone here on the way to the fourth control on this second leg. It's different. It's quite different compared to the Finnish relay where we actually had one team, Ihtisa, who could break away there early as well, but behind we had many teams following and fighting for the positions on the podium until the very last meters even. And today it seems to split up much more. Maybe the forkings in an area that is a bit more technical, causing problems for a few of the runners. I can see that the chasing group there is a big group coming together again. And here we have Tampere and Pirintö coming to this first TV control. Annie Hanpää. Let's see how big the gap is. She punched right there. Next team we expect there is Paimion Rasti. Gap at the start between Paimion Rasti and Tampere and Pirintö was 55 seconds. So she gets a little bit closer here. Maybe. Yes, indeed. 10 seconds faster so far. You can see the big group there behind. MS Parma with a bit of struggle. They're at control E. Kalevan Rasti, not sure if she has the right direction out from the control there. She has to be very careful now in order to turn back and get the right direction again. And especially where she is now, she doesn't get much help from bigger hills. There are many small features there, but if you're not careful with direction, you can get off on a longer route there. But here's the next runner. It's Espon Sunta, and it is Kia Miettinen punching in third position. 1:53. Look at that there. Kalevan Rasti, it's not a very good direction. Heading very far to the south. With the next team, Rasti Jussit, Misa Mantere. I think she got control over the situation again. See that it's the same for Teresa Janosikova, for Jyväskylä, also a bit far down to the south there. The next teams here, Lynx and Tampere and Pirintö second team. Pargas IF. Jamsen Retki Veikot. Tampere and Pirintö third team. Also waiting for Kalevan Rasti. Coming here. And the gap for Kalevan Rasti 3:21. So actually a little bit faster here in the beginning. Kalevandrasti, or a bit closer to the leader again. It was 3:29 at the start, and it's 3:21 now. But of course, we had also a change in the leader. So compared to Annie Hanpää, she is still a little bit slower out on the course. You can see it's quite spread out already. 4.5 minutes has gone, and we have team number 15 here. MS Parma, both teams, the first and the second one. But back with some GPS, Tampere and Pyrinto in the lead, heading to control 5. Paimon Rasti behind, chasing. And we know that she has a little bit better speed here, Paimon Rasti, in the beginning of the course. Not the best direction there for Tampere and Pyrinto. Gets the control in the end, but she loses definitely time there, more than 30 seconds, I guess, and now they are together again, Paimon Rasti and Tampere and Pyrinto. So we have now 2 runners in the lead, getting up there to this forking, which is spread out over 2 controls. Here the first part with 2 different controls, and then 3 controls at control 7. Both of them punched the one more to the north. And see another mistake there in the chasing group. I think it's Esponsunta losing time, and now together with this bigger group that's coming from behind. So now together with Lynx, Tampere and Pyrinto second team, Pargas, IF, Jämsän Retki Veikot, and Tampere and Pyrinto the third team. I think it's also Kalevandrasti there, yes indeed. The gap between this group and Rasti Karhut is growing. It was 22 seconds before, now it's definitely more. It's definitely more than half a minute. These are pictures from the first TV control again. You can see that it has 6.5 minutes have passed now. You can see that the runners are heading north again towards the arena, so turning back into this second part of the course. Get to see them here on this cutting area. I think it's Tampere and Pyrinto to the right, and it's Paimon Rasti to the left. Both of them seem to head into the same direction. Remember, there are 3 different controls at this place here. Punching there at the H control. You can see a recap here at control 6. All of the runners heading to this I control. Not sure if they all needed it, but it doesn't really matter because they will pass the other control as well. But it would have been faster to go straight there, of course. And here we are waiting at the second TV control for the two leading teams, for Tampere and Pyrinto and for Paimion Rasti. And I think you can see them here. Yes, indeed. Tampere and Pyrinto first, and then Paimion Rasti just behind. So Anni Hanpää and Milja Vätäjä punching there within 1 second apart from each other. So now let's wait for the other teams. 1:53 was the gap before. You can see that they had two different options here, G and H. You can see that Hanpää was kind of drawn towards control H as well, as you could see Paimion Rasti running there on the way to her control. And now let's wait for the group behind. You can see that many of them have the I option. As I said, 1:53 was the gap to Espoon Sunta, but of course we have seen that she did a mistake, Kia Miettinen, at control 5, I think it was. And now it's more. 2:20 on the watch right now, and still going. Now we can see someone here. I think it's Lunks, Aino Menkerlä. And here Kalvan Rasti, Siri Silvenoinen. Tampere and Pyrinto second team, Anni-Maija Finke. And Pargas in 6th position, Ivan Gunnell. Very good run so far as well from Lunks. I know Menkele almost a minute faster compared to the leaders, or almost a minute closer to the leaders at least. So a mistake there. By Jämsän Retki Veikot, I think it was, heading back. So maybe she wasn't at, let's see here. Follow it, yeah. You can see that she needs the G option, but needs to go back. And the same for Espoon Sunta, again with a mistake. Here we have Tampere and Pyrintä, the 13, Isabella Lillqvist. Gap now here, 4 minutes. Many problems we have seen here at this option with G, H and I, and still problems for Espoon Sunta. I got the punch here from Rasti Karhut and Sunto Yveskela, Tina Niemi and Teresa Janosikova. More than 4.5 minutes behind. And here the last team in the top 10. I think it's Rasti Jussit, Misa Mantere. Yes, indeed. So now we got the top 10, let's say within 5 minutes. Back with Päivi and Rasti in the lead. And here we have already passed this forking, the 2 control forking. You can also see that the sunset is close now. That means that the sun is very low over the horizon, which can be quite annoying. Everyone who has been running one of the relays early in the morning or late in the evening knows that it can be difficult to read the map with the sun in the eye like this. Not 100% sure there. This is the right control. Small problems here. You can see it on the GPS again. You see that Tampere and Pyrintä in the lead towards control 10. Then not going all the way. Gets distracted by Päivi and Rasti. Maybe she didn't do the work all the way to the control. And when she got unsecure there, she just hoped for help from Milja Vetaja, but of course she had a different forking, so no help there.
Saila kiinni. Siellä mennään totutun vahvaan tyyliin Tampereen Pyrinnön punavalkoisissa väreissä. Millaisilla ajatuksilla sä nyt itse tätä ankkuriosuutta lähdet sieltä taittamaan?
No tarkasti ja lujaa.
Onko tämä ollut teidän taktiikka, että päästään ihan tässä kärkikahinoissa?
No me ollaan keskitytty suunnistukseen ja sitten näköjään se on nyt tänään ollut riittänyt noinkin hyvään tommoseen paikkaan lähteä nyt ankkuriosuudelle. Toivottavasti menee loppukin hyvin.
Toivottavasti jatketaan samaan malliin loppuun asti. Tsemppiä matkaan.
Kiitos paljon.
So focused orienteering, that's the plan for Saila Kinney for the last leg. She will take over from Anni Hanpää. And it will be maybe a fight between the two teams here, Päivi and Rasti and Tampere and Pyrintä. You could also see that she had a headlamp on, a small one to read the map. So it's getting dark, sun is going down, and especially in the green bits in the forest, it will make the map reading more difficult. So I don't think it's due to lack of light just in the forest. It's more to read the map. And maybe not for the first part of the leg either. Maybe it is just the safety towards the end. So you can see that the small mistake at the forking there didn't have any bigger consequences. Still, they are together, Päiviön Rasti and Tampereen Pyrintö, and it's only 3 controls left to the next changeover. And for Päiviön Rasti, we will see Ina Westerlund on the last leg, and as we have seen in the interview before, Saila Kinney for Tampereen Pyrintö. You can also see that the gap here is quite big. Definitely something to work with on this last leg for the 2 anchor women of the leading teams. They will be chased by Ida Haapala for Kalevender Rasti on the 3rd leg, and for Lynx, Sanni Norbacka. Pargas will send out Ami Nymalm, and Tampereen Pyrintö second team will send out Lotta Eerola. Quite a strong group will go out there and try to chase down those 2 teams in the lead. As you can see, they punch there at control 12. And it's the same for Lynx. They also have this map reading lamp. Just behind Kalevender Rasti here, and on the horizon you can also spot Lynx, Aino Menkele, but here Siri Silvenoinen punching. And the gap now 2.5 minutes. Another 10 seconds that they were able to catch compared to the 2 leading teams. We have seen the mistake by Tampereen Pyrintö at the last forking there. Starts to spread out as well in this chasing group. Lynx has a few seconds compared to Kalevender Rasti, and Kalevender Rasti, they have a few seconds compared to Tampereen Pyrintö second team and Pargas IF. No problem at control 13 for the 2 leading teams. So very, very soon we will have the changeover to the last leg, the decisive one, where we won't have this forking in the very end. Here they come, first out, Tampereen Pyrintö, just in front of Päiviön Rasti. So another good leg here for Tampereen Pyrintö and Anni Hanpää. Even better for Päiviön Rasti and Milja Vätäjä. You can see that she is just not giving away this first position, fighting for every second. Very, very eager to send out the anchor woman Ina Westerlund in a good position, even with 1 or 2 meters ahead of Tampereen Pyrintö's Saila Kinney. 2.5 minutes. That was the gap at control 11 between Paimion Rasti and Lynx. Here they are waiting. Lynx and Pargas and Tampere Pyrintö. You can also see that Sunta Jyväskylä, Teresa Janosikova is getting closer, winning back a few positions here. Went out in 17th position. It's gone all the way up to 7th position. Can see that Lynx hesitating a little bit there. Kalevan Rasti now very close again. Just with a little bit better entrance in the circle there at control 13. And you can also see that Janosikova is very far down the hill there compared to the others.
No niin, tässä taas kakkososuuden kahden kärki meillä haastattelussa ja Milja Väätäjä nappasit ton maalileiman tuossa ihan juuri aikaisemmin ja sun innostus oli ihan käsin kosketeltavaa ennen lähtöä, niin miten se innostus tuntui siellä maastossa?
No se tuntuu ehkä vähän liikana intona ja liian vähän malttina, mutta toisaalta se auttoi myös tsemppaamaan sit niiden virheiden jälkeen, että nyt vaan uutta matoa koukkuja ja vielä rastivälejä jäljellä.
No missäs kohti sitten Anni näit siellä toisianne, että sä pääsit pikkasen ennen lähtemään, mutta sitten jossain kohti Milja puski kiinni?
Joo, mulla tuli pieni rastinottovirhe siinä alkumatkasta ja sitten saman tien kuuluikin ryskettä ja arvasin, että no Milja siellä varmaan tulee. Mutta alku meni ihan hyvin, että pystyin ekat välit tulee sillain omaa rauhallista tekemistä.
Teillä oli kuitenkin eri hajontojakin siellä matkalla, niin pystyitte kumpikin pitämään hyvin gripissä tämän homman niin sanotusti. Millainen luotto nyt omaan ankkuriin on?
Luotto on todella kova. Iina osoitti viime vuonna kaikkien muistamassa Viestiliigan finaalissa, että se kyllä händlää kovatkin tilanteet. Niin toivotaan, että tällä kertaa me käännetään tämä muutaman sekunnin meidän voitoksi.
Muistan hyvin kyseisen finaalin kanssa ja toivon, että lopputulema on sama kuin silloin.
Tämä jää nähtäväksi.
Now we also had the changeover for Lynx, Kalevan Rasti second team. Pargas here. And Tampere Pyrintö second team. And the gap now 3 minutes and 16 seconds compared between Paimion Rasti and Lynx. And fastest time, running time so far on this leg still Milja Väätäjä, who we heard in the interview. This is Teresa Janosikova coming here for Sunto Jyväskylä. Named it before, went out in 17th position, now into 7th spot. But the running time, I think that she is, yes indeed, she is slower compared to Milja Väätäjä, 2 minutes slower. But still was able to pass many teams out in the forest.
Ja täällä oli jahtiryhmässä tällä kertaa Lynxin Aino Mänkärlä ja Kalevan Rastin Siiri Silvennoinen. Siellä oli aikamoisesti jalkoja teillä niin sanotusti alla. Miltä se suunnistus tänään tuntui?
No, jalkoja oli ehkä vähän liikaa, että oli kyllä tosi hyvän tuntuista juoksuja. Varsinkin kun vähän pääsi lämpeämään ja
sitten rupesi kyllä tulee pieniä virheitä luvattoman paljon. Et ei oikein pysynyt suunnistus tuossa loppuun melkein jokaiselle ohi, että ei ihan pysynyt mukana, että nautin niin paljon vaan juoksemisesta.
Miten Siiri?
No juoksu kulki tänään hyvin. Vähän tuli kyllä turhaa kaartelua ja samanlaista pientä pysähtelyä, mutta ihan hyvä oli suoritus.
Jäädään jännittämään, kuinka joukkueelle tänään käy. Kiitos.
We see that we have 9 teams so far at the changeover, or that have changed over to this last leg, the third and last leg, and the runners now out, already been out a few minutes here. So these are the standings in the lead, as we have seen before. Paimion Rasti together with Tampere Pyrinto. Only 1 second is behind the two teams, or between the two teams. And it will be interesting to take a look into the forest to see if they are still together or if it's starting to split up between these two teams that are fighting for the victory today. As it seems by now in 10th position now we also got Jämsän Retki Veikot, Venla Taula Vuori punching there. You can see the gap is 7 minutes. So big differences, big gaps today compared to the first relay Finspring, where we had many teams together fighting for the top 3. And here we have it, GPS. You can see that not the best direction out from the control by Tampere and Pyrinto. A good advantage here for Paimion Rasti. So not the best start for Saila Kinni. Ina Westerlund missed the first control though there close to the, in the circle. So that, of course, a bit of luck there for Saila Kinni and Tampere and Pyrinto. And as you can see, they come all together again at the control. And here we are behind Ina Westerlund. Wonder if we can spot Tampere and Pyrinto somewhere in the picture. And say that this is on the way to the third control. It's this triple forking. Here we have Saila Kinni as well. So we continue with the replay. See the other teams approaching. No problems for Kalevan, Rasti and Lynx. Looks good for Pargas and Tampere and Pyrinto, second team there as well. And we heard it in the interview that Saila Kinni's plan is to take it methodically, adapt the speed to the technical challenge, and you can see that very well in the picture here, this kind of stop and go orienteering. Both of them seem to have the same control, both of them hesitating. Interesting now. Will they have the same control? Doesn't seem too good for Sailakin either. Just trying to relocate here. See that she's still looking for bigger features that could help her. We see that both of them need the D option. They were almost at F. I think that Paimon Rasti has punched the control now. Let's see, here we have Tampere and Pirita as well. But how big is the gap? I'm not sure if Paimon Rasti has the control, in fact. She was very close there. Has to turn again. Now getting to the F option, so now she is in trouble there. Paimon Rasti, this might be a very decisive moment in this relay, because Paimon Rasti, Ina Westerlund, still looking for that D control and still at F control. As we can see, Sailakin already on the way to the fourth control, and Westerlund still not having control over the situation. Still quite far off. It's a bit surprising for me that she stays down in this lower flat area when she has the control quite close to the hill. Could be an idea to just climb up. If you don't have an idea, you can always get to the highest point, try to get there in order to relocate. It's definitely more difficult down in the flat part. Of course, it's very easy to say when you're not out in the forest. I think that she got the control now. But there we had, I mean, you can see the tail, 2.5 minutes. She lost about 2.5 minutes here, and the gap at the changeover, 3 minutes and 16. So the chasing group very close now to Paimon Rasti. And of course also Tampere and Pyrinty lost time there, but not as much as Paimon. There's another team there. Is it Tampere and Pyrinty? We are now at the first TV control. Yes, indeed. Here we have Sailakin. Punching right there into first position. Maybe not as calm and safe as she had planned to, but it still was good enough to open a gap compared to Paimon Rasti. Here again, the mistake, both of them together, just very, very close to the D control there the first time. Sailakin got kind of control over the situation, absolutely the perfect timing, just when Paimon Rasti was around the corner. So this might be very decisive moment of this relay. And as it looks by now, in favor for Tampere and Pyrinty. But here we have Paimon Rasti, and you can see that about 1 more minute she spent there at control 3. No problems for Kalevan Rasti, who had the first control there of the 3. The E-control, you can see that Pargas went all the way around. Also good control taking there. No, none of the other teams with bigger problems. So only the 2 leading teams struggled here at this 3rd control. And it's some hesitation again for Saila Kinney. It's a lot of stop and go for her in this first part here. Not really the way you build up your self-confidence. Now here at control 5. And here we had Pargas Iev, Ami Nymalm, and Ida Hapala for Kalevan Rasti. Punching there, the gap, 2.5 minutes. So they were able to catch 1 minute compared to Tampere and Pyrintö. Here we have Sunta Jyväskylä, Vera Klemetinen. We're soon into 5th, just some hesitations before the control. To go together with Lotta Eerola for Tampere and Pyrintö 2nd team. I think that's... Yes, we have also Lynx here, Sanni Norrbacka. Sanni Norrbacka lost time compared to Tampere and Pyrintö. And there we know that Tampere did about a minute of mistake as well. Back with Saila Kinney in the very lead of this relay. And here she is already on the way towards the 7th control. So she punched control 6, the first part of this forking. Can really see how she's using this stop and go orienteering technique in order to check off a few objects on the way. Here we have the GPS again. You can see that Päiviön Rasti approaching the 6th control. You can also see that Tampere and Pyrintö in the flat part, as we could see in the picture just before, heading towards this open Kevätyön area. And behind we have Pargas and Kalevan Rasti. Seems as if they are splitting up a little bit at least. But still could be both going towards the same control. I'm not sure if Päiviön Rasti has good direction out there from the control, if she has the control. Back with Saila Kinney. Now on this Kevätyön area, we've seen it a few times already earlier. On the 1st and 2nd leg. So here they have to she has to climb up to run over this Kevätyön area, and then on the top we have these 3 different controls these 3 forking options. But of course, it should be easier for her to not get to a wrong one, because there is no one else to distract her. All alone in the lead still. You can see there wasn't the best direction out from the control for Ina Westerlund and Paimon Rasti. Bit unnecessary to go so far to the east and then head back. She's not allowed to go through the forbidden area there, of course. You can see much better direction for Kalevan Rasti and Pargas. Seems also as if Sunta Jyväskylä and Tampere Pyr into a second team, heading towards this northern control, northern option, control 6. And Tampere Pyr into, not sure if it's another stop and go option there, or if she has 100% control over the situation. Turning direction now. It's kind of surprising that she's stopping already there. I mean, she just left this Captain area. And only a few meters after she starts hesitating. But here we have Paimon Rasti and Ina Westerlund. Remember, she didn't have the best direction out from control 6. But now seems maybe to be able to get a bit closer again, due to the hesitation of Saila Kini at control 7. Can see that Ina Westerlund kept quite far to the left in order to get help of this small path there, of this newly built path, to get close to control. You can also see that it's quite rough terrain here, it's quite rocky. And a few trees lying there. Back at the second TV control. No, it's it's not back. We are at the second TV control, and this was the punch for Saila Kini in the lead. Interesting thing will be how big the gap is. We see here Paimon Rasti at the control just before. So definitely it's still quite a big gap. You can see there, small hesitation for Tampere Pyr, but seems as if she had control over the situation. More problems for Paimon Rasti. It's kind of the same as I said before when I was talking about Tampere Pyr. It's a bit surprising because she was heading towards this path there in order to get a little bit of safety. And then, of course, if you use that path in order to build up safety, then you shouldn't miss just 20-30 meters off the path. Maybe it would have been smarter to follow the vegetation boundary straight into the control. And the gap now between Paimon and the chasing group is not big anymore. Back at the TV control, here is Ina Westerlund punching into second position. Where are the others? That's the question. So 1:22 the gap, and there is already I think it's Kalevan Rasti. Yes, indeed, in a white shirt. Ida Haapala. Definitely much faster compared to Ina Westerlund and Saila Kini so far on this leg. So here we have Pargas, Nymalm, 2 minutes and 11. And if we compare Kalevan Rasti right at the start, the gap was 3.5 minutes. Now it's only 1.5 minutes. Let's see, it's not so far to go to the finish. A few controls left, of course. We don't have this forking that we've seen on the first and second leg. But Sailakini can't afford to go on having these hesitations for a long time. Here we have Jyväskylä into 5th position, Vera Klemetinen, 2 minutes and 50 down compared to Sailakini. Can see that Kalevan Rasti and Paimion Rasti now definitely together at control 9. Tampere put into a second team there. Lotta Erola, 3 minutes and 34 seconds behind, back with the GPS. And couldn't see very much there. Waiting now for Lynx and Rasti Karut, but Lynx first definitely. No, couldn't wait there. This is a recap. Different options out from control 9 for Paimion Rasti and Kalevan Rasti, but didn't matter too much. We also see Pargas behind, maybe a bit more interesting because they are taking another route. Now this route now it looks quite good for Tampere and Pyrinto. How will it develop behind between Pargas, Iev and Kalevan Rasti and Paimion Rasti? Because I have a feeling that it could be a good option to stay on the right of the line there. But back with Sailakini. This open area where we have been on the way to the first control. And then it's only a few controls left. Slightly different there at the control 11. You can see interesting here that Pargas heading towards this street. Of course, doesn't get very much help, but I think that she hopes that she can avoid this green striped section where we just have seen Tampere and Pyrinto. Interesting as well that it's splitting up a little bit between Paimion Rasti and Kalevan Rasti. Paimion staying a bit further to the west. Kalevan Rasti trying to stay close to the red line. So this is Sailakini approaching control 10, and from control 10 it's only 3 controls left in this quite open area. on this last loop just before the finish. Just looking for the control here. Here it is. So here we got the punch at control 10, and now the time is ticking. Next teams to come. The next teams we expect to be at control 10 are Kalevanrasti, Paimionrasti, and maybe Pargas, depending on how this will develop. I think still advantage for Kalevanrasti and Paimionrasti. See that it's a kind of a similar situation behind between Jyväskylä and Tampere and Piiri into the second team. They are splitting up as well. But if there's nothing gonna happen to Saila Kinney, I think she can be quite safe there on these last 3 controls. I wonder if Pargas will be able to spot Paimionrasti, maybe. I think that Kalevanrasti is too far away already. But maybe that she can get a glimpse of Ina Westerlund. You can see that now the headlamps are switched on and off again. Here we have Kalevanrasti, Ida Hapala, and here I think there was. Here we have Paimionrasti. So definitely a gap there, 25 seconds. And the interesting question will be, is Ami Nymalm close now for Pargas EF? Time is ticking there. Here she comes. Only 19 seconds. So maybe there's a chance still for a top 3 for Pargas. They did a good race so far. Very good relay race for Pargas EF. And maybe still a chance for a top 3. Now following towards control 11. And will she be able to see the others leaving control? Yes, you can see them there at the very right of the picture. You could see them exiting the control. So she definitely knows about the situation, but will she spot the control as well? Yes, indeed, here it is. And I think that it was Paimionrasti we could see there, just leaving the control. So they are splitting up. I can tell you that Paimionrasti is going all the way around to the left. Kalevanrasti a bit more to the right, and Pargas EF seems to go quite straight here. So different options to this second last control. As you can see here, so a route choice all the way around for Paimionrasti. This is going to be very interesting, especially for Paimionrasti. I can also see that very soon we will have Tampere and Piiri to the second last and then to the last control as well. Here you see that Sailakini punched the second last control, so very, very soon they will gonna be in the run-in and they are gonna win this relay today. But what's happening behind? We still have Päivi Rasti. She continues to go all the way around there. Kalevan Rasti is still on the red line and the Pargas quite far to the south. It's going to be so interesting to see how this will be developed. But here, first, the winners of today's relay, changing positions 3, 2, 1. So from third for Lotta Karhula, then second changing position for Annie Hanpää. And now the winner, after small struggles in the beginning, she kept the orienteering bit together. You could see a very clear stop and go tactic for Sailakini, and into this first position, very, very happy. In the end, you could say that this mistake there at control 3 maybe almost helped them in order to get the victory, because it was exactly at that point where she was able to break away from Päivi Rasti. So not a perfect race for Sailakini, but very, very good performance for Tampere and Pirintö, and I'm sure that this victory will give them a lot of self-confidence regarding the coming big club relays, Tiiumila and Jukala. But now let's turn back and let's see who's gonna come first here. We are waiting for Kalevan Rasti, Päivi Rasti, and Pargas IF. So very soon, I guess, that we will have the first team here. Who's going to take this second position? And it is indeed Kalevan Rasti getting to the last control here. Ida Hapala taking the team. After a bit of struggles in the beginning of the competition, back on this silver spot. Vera Laksavita on the first leg, Siri Silvenoinen on the second leg, and now the anchor woman with a very good performance here on this last leg, Ida Hapala, taking Kalevan Rasti into a second position. And interesting will be behind, as we see Kalevan Rasti getting to the finish here. Who is going to be the third team? We had this fight between Pargas IF and Päivi Rasti. And it is indeed Pargas IF. What a great performance by Ami Nymalm here on this last leg, taking her team, Pargas IF, into the bronze medal position. Alexandra Enlund on the first leg, Yvonne Gunnell on the second leg, and Ami Nymalm on the third leg. And soon then we also wait for Päivi Rasti. Here she comes. Interesting route choices in the very end. So good course planning here from the course planners. Different possible options to take from 11 to 12. Päivi Rasti just outside the top 3.
Onnittelut Tampereen Pirintö Viestiliigan toisen osakilpailun voitosta. Sailakini, vähän laitoit jännäksi siellä. Mitä siellä kakkosrastilla tapahtui?
No, siinä vaan tulin mäen päältä ja en sitten malttanut suunnistaa siinä niin kuin möykkymöykyltä, miten se oli mun mielestä vaikea rasti, niin olisi kyllä pitänyt vähän rauhoittaa siihen. Mutta oli kyllä heti K-pisteltä lähin vähän outoon suuntaan ja koko ajan oli hitsin hätästä, että oli kyllä, ei ollut mikään hyvä suunnistus, mutta riittävän hyvä.
Sait kuitenkin koottua itsesi tähän. Miltä tuntui sitten Anni Hanpää täällä jännittää ja oliko luotto kuitenkin koko aika paikalla?
No luotto oli totta kai kohdilla, että itse asiassa en pystynyt seuraamaan koko osuutta ollenkaan, kun oli omalla verkalla ja vaihoin vaatteita, mutta kun tulin takaisin tohon, niin uutiset oli ihan hyviä ja onneksi voidaan nyt hymyillä kuitenkin sitten.
No mites tästä nyt sitten on 2 viikkoa, Lotta Karhola, tuonne Tiiumilaan. Mikäs teillä on sinne ajatukset ja valmistautuminen seuraavaksi?
No itsehän elelen tässä silleen päivä ja viikko kerrallaan, mutta varmasti me ollaan aika innolla lähdössä kyllä ja useammalla joukkueella totta kai sinne Tiumilaan. Ja uskon, että tulee kyllä tosi hieno kisa ja meillä on mahkuja sielläkin.
Rohkeneeko kysyä vielä tavoitteet?
Eikö se aina vaan tehdä oma hyvä suoritus?
Onnea tästä päivästä.
Kiitos.
And as we had the interview with the winners of today, we are waiting for the next teams to come, and the next teams, they are Suunto, Jyväskylä, Veera, Klemetinen. Tough start for Jyväskylä, finishing 17th after the first leg. Then Teresa Janosikova on the second leg, taking them up the result list again, and in the end, the 5th position for Jyväskylä. And into 6th position, a great performance by the second team of Tampere Pyrintö, Lotta Eerola, taking the team into a 6th spot, 4 minutes and 29 seconds behind the first team from Tampere.
Kalevan Rasti tänään hienosti toiseksi. Iida Haapala, lähdit pienessä taka-ajoasemassa siellä, niin miten hyvin tiesit matkalla tilanteen?
No siinä jossain kohtaa, ehkä puolivälissä näin Iinaa, niin siinä tiesin, että niin ainakin sen on ajanutkin, mutta sitten Lynxia en nähnyt ollenkaan ja Pyrintöä myöskään, mutta tiesin, että varmaan se jossain 3 kärjen paikkeilla ollaan.
Oma suunnistus sujui ilmeisen hyvin.
Ihan hyvin. Lopussa vaan tuli pieni epäilys, kun juoksi jotenkin jännästi viimeiselle rastille, niin rupesin miettimään, että leimasiinko väärän toka viikon, vaikka kyllä katoin koodit, niin oli vähän epävarma, kun juoksi maaliin.
Itse sitten täällä on nyt lähestymässä tuo Tiumiila ja siellä sitten teillä varmasti iskukykyinen joukkue, niin millä ajatuksilla ollaan sinne menossa?
No oikein hyvillä ajatuksilla. Meillä tulee olemaan ainakin toivottavasti 2 tosi hyvää joukkuetta ja aika tiukkaa taistelua vielä paikoista, että ketä sillä missäkin joukkueessa juoksee, mutta hyvillä mielin.
Onko Tiumilaa varten nyt vielä jotain valmistavia treenejä tai viime hetken palavereja tässä suunnitella, missä taktiikat hiotaan kuntoon?
No ollaan lähdössä hyvissä ajoin sinne Ruotsiin päin, että lähdetään jo keskiviikkona sinne ja siinä keritään vetää pari treeniä siellä ja virittäytyä tunnelmaan.
Onnittelut tämän päivän juoksusta.
And in the meanwhile, we also get the 7th team to the Finnish Rasti Karhut. The first team, Mira Kaskinen, punched there with almost 6 minutes behind the winners, Tampere and Pyrintö. And as you can see here, they're still splitting up, but next team we are waiting for is Lynx. Sanni Norrbacka punch there at the second last control, so very soon to the last control and to the finish. Here we have her, Sanni Norrbacka. And as she is coming to the finish, I can tell you that the fastest time here on this third leg still Ami Nyrmal for Pargas.
Pargas IF, grattis för 3:e platsen idag. Jag hörde just att Ami, du har varit snabbaste på sista sträckan. Så hur gick det? Och du gick lite bakom och fick säkert löpa ganska fort.
Ja, i början kändes det också, benen kändes jättebra. Att det gick snabbt framåt och det var roligt. Och sen kom jag fast i det där och vi sprang lite sådär kors och tvärs. Sen när vi skulle komma tillbaka så började jag inte riktigt orka springa mer och det började kännas i benen. Men sen tog jag bra vägval i slutet och det där, så tog vi en 3:e plats.
Ja, det var spännande att kolla det där sista vägvalsträckan. Och Yvonne, du har varit med ganska många gånger, så var hittar du den där, alltid den där ivriga känslan och den där fighterkänslan?
Nåja, inte vet jag om jag hade så mycket fighterkänsla. Idag var det kanske mer den här andra etappen har jag inte sprungit så många gånger. Idag så försökte jag nog att orientera bra. Det gick helt sådär okej, att kanske lite med handbromsen på, men fysiskt hade jag en riktigt bra dag. Det kändes bra att springa, att det var roligt på det sättet att jag gjorde inga egentligen, något riktigt små missar. Men det är alltid roligt när man får springa med de här unga tjejerna.
Du behövs säkert ännu. Och sen Alexandra, nu är det, jag frågar samma fråga som de andra, att 10 mil är på väg. Så vad har ni för taktik dit och kanske något spännande mål?
Jag tror vi har inte funderat jättemycket på taktiken nog ännu och inte heller så mycket målsättningen, tror jag. Jag har själv faktiskt inte sprungit 10 mil sedan 2019, tror jag, så att jag var jätteglad att få vara med igen och överhuvudtaget få vara med och fightas om placeringar.
Men vi önskar allt bästa för er där och grattis för dagens prestationer.
Those the 3 runners for Pargas EF, as we heard, as I said before, Minu Malm with the fastest time on the last leg. All of them very satisfied with their runs and also asked for the goals for 10 mila. We had Alexandra Enlund who said that she didn't really have to set a goal or a tactic yet. She was more thinking about how to execute it technically, so not so much result in mind. Maybe this will change after this great performance today. Into 9th position, Laden Sunistajat, 10 minutes behind. Next team we are waiting for is the 3rd team of Tampereen Pyrinta, Milla Hirvonen. Coming here. We'll close this top 10 for today. Just a bit more than 11 minutes behind their club mates from the first team, Tampereen Pyrinta. So with 3 teams within the top 10, a great performance for the club in the red and white colors. And here we have some replay from this very, very decisive moment where they both struggled, Saila Kinney and Ina Westerlund. But Saila Kinney got control over the situation faster, turned back and could punch the control without Westerlund seeing her. So a very decisive and a bit lucky moment as well for Saila Kinney there. And you can see as well that not a perfect race there by Paimion Rasti behind. Small struggles out from control 6, small struggles in towards control 7. And here, interesting how they split up, especially Pargas, Minimalm, going more to the east, kind of getting around this green striped area. But I think the most decisive part here regarding this top 3 is from control 11 to 12, where we have Paimion Rasti go all the way around, and Kalvan Rasti and Pargas having a bit of a more straight option there, and you can see that it was just good enough in order to get in front of Paimion Rasti and take this bronze medal position for Ami Nymalm and Pargas EF. 1:49 behind the winners from Tampereen Pyrinta. Here you see the standings from the third leg isolated. I mean, Nyman with the fastest time, 34.46. Then Ida Hapela only 12 seconds slower. But then you can see a gap clearly compared to Vera Klemetinen. It's more than 1.5 minutes, so almost 2 minutes there. And of course, especially Ina Westerlund for Päivi Andrasti lost about 4.5 minutes compared to this best time on the last leg. And it's just a little bit too much in order to get a top 3.
Train brilliantly with Forerunner. See every running insight lit up on a bright AMOLED display. And get ready to be better for it. Only from Garmin.
Sinä tekniikan alan ammattilaisena tai opiskelijana tiedät hyvin, että elämässä sattuu ja tapahtuu. Välillä mukavia ja välillä vähän vähemmän mukavia. Onneksi Insinööriliitto on olemassa, jotta sinun ei tarvitse yksin puolustaa etujasi. Liiton jäsenyys on työelämän vakuutus. Se antaa sinulle oikeudellista turvaa ja tukea. Keskity huolettomammin omaan uraasi, verkostoidu ja muista pitää myös hauskaa. Lue lisää ilry.fi.
Maanmittausala on suunnistajalle hyvä vaihtoehto siksi, että tässä saa olla tosi paljon karttojen kanssa tekemisissä ja sitten pääsee maastossa kulkemaan työpäivien aikana.
Kaikki, mitä pitää tietää metsästä. Milloin suoritetaan ensiharvennus?
No ei ainakaan viimeisenä.
Oikeaa tietoa tuottavasta metsän omistamisesta saat Suomen laajimmasta metsämediasta. MT Metsä.
Janne Salmi, näin on naisten viesti käyty. Oliko yllätyksiä?
No ei oikeastaan suuria yllätyksiä. Että kyllä ne parhaat joukkueet siellä kärjessä heiluivat ja mitään lukuottamatta sitä Kinnin ja Westerlundin isohkoa virhettä, niin mitään kovin suuria pummeja ei nähty, paitsi sitten ykkösosuuden siinä alussa. Eli oli valoisaa ja maasto on kuitenkin suhtko avonaista, niin ei tuottanut valtavia vaikeuksia.
No miten sitten tämä maasto on edelleen sama tietysti miehillä ja on tulossa todennäköisesti vähän eri rastivälejä ja muuta, niin minkä verran luulet, että sinne pienipiirteisiin rasteihin tämä viesti tulee ratkeamaan vai onko reitinvalinnoilla merkitystä?
Kyllä ne on ne rastinotot ja ne laakeet alueet, että siellä täytyy pysyä suunta ja kontrolli hallussa. Että kyllähän tämä niin kuin suunnistukselliset haasteet, niin nyt kun tulee pimeää versus auringonvalo, niin voisi sanoa, että eroa on kuin päivällä ja yöllä. Eli tulee olla tosi vaativaa ja oikein kädet kihelmöi jo odottaa sitä, että nähdään vähän virheitä ja vaihtelua kärjessä.
No, tämähän on se suunnistaja, että rakastaa yösuunnistuksen seuraamista tosi paljon ja on kiehtovaa nähdä sitä rastityöskentelyä ja myös niitä valonauhoja, joita sieltä metsästä tulee. Se, mikä montaa ehkä tuolla enemmänkin penkkiurheilijasuunnistaa katsoa ja saattaa kiinnostaa, niin on se, että miten esimerkiksi tänne yösuunnistukseen, täällä on aika viileä nyt, niin miten noi suunnistajat pukeutuu sinne. Tämä on vähän poikkeus aikataulukin myös, ei näin myöhään yleensä juosta, niin miten he ovat voineet valmistautua?
Kyllähän miehet on tottuneet tähän yösuunnistukseen ja todella monet harjoittelee aika viileissä olosuhteissa pimeässä läpi talven, mutta ei se nyt paljon muuta vaadi, kun osalle on varmaan lämpökerroston paita päällä ja toisilla ei ole sitäkään, että kyllä tuossa täysillä kun vedetään, niin lämmin tulee.
Näinhän se on. No nyt sitten jos mietitään alkavaa miesten viestiä, lähtöön ei ole enää pitkä aika, niin mitäs seuroja, joukkueita nostat sieltä esille?
No kyllä noin 3 pienintä numeroa aika vahvoja ennakkosuosikkeja, eli Pyrintö, Nouski ja Turun metsänkävijät. Todella vahvat kokeneet, kovat joukkueet siellä ja sitten seuraavina ehkä Helsingin suunnistajat, Turun suunnistajat nuorella joukkueella. Ehkä sellainen mielenkiintoinen bonus on kyllä IF Brahe. He on monesti keikkunut kärjessä. Siellä on Stenlund raudalluja aloittaja, sitten Fredrik Portin toisella ja Emil Jansson ankkurina. Heitä kyllä seuraan suurella mielenkiinnolla, mutta kyllä mä uskon, että tässä on monilla joukkueilla mahdollisuuksia pysyä mukana ja katsotaan, miten tämä tästä lähtee, varsinkin sitten, kun ilta kunnolla pimenee siellä ekan osuuden lopussa toisella ja kolmannella osuudella.
No, näin on, ja jos vielä nostetaan viime kerran menestyjistä ikallisten nousevan voiman, lähtee samalla kokoonpanolla, mutta hieman eri juoksujärjestyksessä, niin onko juoksujärjestykseen täällä esimerkiksi mietitty sitä, että kovimmat yöketut menevät sinne vähän pimeämmälle ja sitten tässä ensimmäisellä osuudella sitten muita varmoja menijöitä?
Mä luulen, että aika monet saattaa miettiä sitä Tiumilan aloitusta tässä myös, että tämä on täsmälleen samat olosuhteet, mitä tulee Tiumilassa olemaan 2 viikon päästä ja Tiumilassahan se alku on erittäin tärkeä, ne 3 eka osuutta on mentävä hyvin, jotta päästään pitkän yön letkoihin, niin varmaan sillä saattaa olla oma merkityksensä, että testataan vähän niitä Tiumilan aloituskuvioita jo.
No ei, sittenhän meidän täytyy vain jäädä jännittämään tässä tätä Tiumilan ennakkoa, jota nyt pääsemme tässä Viestiliigan merkeissä kokemaan.
Näin on, tulee jännä yö.
So let's switch back then from the women's race to the men's relay. It's going to be night orienteering now, not from the very beginning. Maybe it's still a bit of light here. Sunset is right now at 21:40 local time. So right now sunset and a bit more light out there, of course, for a few minutes. But then on the second and last leg, I guess it will be quite dark. So we will change to night orienteering, which of course is a good opportunity to prepare for the big relay coming. But special this year, since Tiomila is quite late in May and it goes quite far north in Sweden. There won't be that many night orienteering bits. It's basically only the long night that will be totally dark. But then, of course, a bit later in June, we will have Jukkola, and there it will be night orienteering again. So it is important to prepare, and it is a great opportunity for these Finnish clubs here to do so today at Kevätyön Viesti to prepare for this night orienteering season, especially the relay season. Quite many of the teams, if we compare them to Spring Relay, had to make a few changes or decided to make a few changes in their lineup. So we have quite many different teams here, or at least starting orders for the teams, but we will get to that later. The big favorites, I would say among them, as in the women's race, we also have here The winner from the first relay, Tampere Pyrintö. Today, not with Florian Hovald, who ran the first leg there, but with Anton Kuka running this first leg. Then Alexis Sorsa on the second leg, who was running the last leg at the Finspring Relay, and Elias Kuka then on the third leg. Other great teams, Turun Merz and Kevätyön with Jussi Suna, who had a good first leg just a few weeks ago at the Finspring Relay. Samu Heiska on the second leg, and Ruslan Glibov, who won the first leg at the World Cup just this weekend in Norway. So in good shape there, the Ukrainian runner for Turun Merz and Kevätyön. Kalevan Rasti had to make quite big changes in their team. Will be interesting to follow them. The only one remaining from this original team 2 weeks ago is Maxime Routurier on the last leg. But here we have Anton Kuka. We have already been talking about him. Second in the lineup, Ikalisten Nouseva Voima, Mikko Knutila on the first leg. And then one of the favorites for today, Turun Merz and Kevätyön with Jussi Suna and Kalevan Rasti. First leg, Oskari Silvenoinen. Maybe a bit tired already. Hope he can keep awake for a little bit longer here. And second Tampere Pyrintö team. Great performance, very well executed relay at the Finspring Relay there. Anssi Huostila on the first leg for them. You can see a few more teams just adjusting the headlamps. EF Brahe, they also had a good run, finished 8th there. Daniel Stenlund on the first leg, Fredrik Portin on the second leg, and Emil Jansson will be the anchorman. Now you can see that the light is starting to get effect. It's not those small map reading lights anymore, as we have seen on the last leg of the women's relay. It's now proper night headlamps for all of the runners here of the starting field for this first leg of the Kevätyön Viesti. So very soon they will head out. Almost 100 teams here will go into the forest. So there will be a bit more teams around in the beginning compared to the women's race. There we have seen it splitting up already after the first control. I don't expect that to happen here, but now they are heading out, and you can see this big wall of light heading into the forest. And of course, it's important to get a good starting position here in the beginning. So many teams pushing hard from the first meter towards the start point. And here we see them. A big line of light coming out towards this starting point. There you can see, I think it's Tampere and Pyrintö. Yes, indeed. Anton Kuka. And it's going to be a totally different challenge now when the light is getting less and less. And it's a bit of a special situation when you run into the darkness, when you start running in kind of a situation where you still have light around. You can still spot all the features, you can see the contours, but as longer you are out, you get less and less help from everything around. It's often the case when you run the Jukkola first leg that it's exactly those circumstances that you face there. And it will be a very different challenge once it is dark here, as you heard Janne Salmi saying. It's a difference as if day and night. And of course, I mean, all of the controls where you had good visibility in the daylight, it will be quite hard, because when you have no or quite small features, contours to navigate with, of course you don't get a reflection so easily, so it's quite hard in night orienteering when it's quite flat. So the easier parts you get from day orienteering, they get much tougher in the night. You can see them splitting up. It's not the same course, so they will have only an A and B forking, or to be clear, there will be a forking over two controls. Here you have the teams with the GPS device. I hope that we will see most of the top teams, most of the teams in the leading group with a GPS device, but we know that from both the women's race and earlier competitions that, of course, you can't cover all of the runners with GPS devices, so we will have for sure a few teams up there as well that we can't follow on those graphics here. You see that we have different groups. We have Päivi Rasti most up there in the picture, and then you have these two different groups here. Still quite a bit to go towards this first control. At the courses we had for the women, 3 courses, all 5.2 kilometers. The men's courses a bit longer, 7 kilometers for the first 2 legs and 7.5 on the third and last leg. So 500 meters longer, the third one compared to the first and the second one. And we will go, or they will go further south on the map than we have been in the women's race, and there it's quite flat and a bit more vegetation, so a bit greener, which can make the night orienteering part quite much more difficult. So it's definitely going to be interesting to follow them there. The top teams now approaching this first control already. We are a bit behind here in a group. And you can see, as soon as you get into the forest, as soon as it gets a bit more dense, you start to see effect of the lamps. And here is this first control. You see that there are 2 controls, but you can see that there is an A, B and a C option. So there are 2/3 of the runners should go to this southern control A and B. And then we will have 3 different controls at the second one. It is the same hill. that we have seen in the women's race. So they kind of jumped over the first control straight here, and this leg here from 1 to 2 is quite similar as we have had the women's second to third control. So now we are approaching this hill where we have seen the decision in the women's race on the last leg. Still here on this cutting area, you have the chance to go all the way to the right. If you have the C option, the one just behind the hill, if you have B and A, it might be smarter to go over, to climb over the hill. You can see them here coming from many different directions towards this hill. The first TV control we will have at control number 3. It's the same TV control as in the women's race, and the first teams, as you can see, have been at this forking. You can also see there a route choice, different route choice. Kove going all the way to the left around. Tampere peering to the second team to the right, slightly faster. Kove option. And all starts to be dark here. We are at the first TV control and we are waiting for the first teams to come. And it will be the first time we get an indication about who is in the lead, because it was quite hard to say from the pictures, from the camera pictures from around control 2. So soon we will have the teams here approaching this third control, the first TV control. And you can see that there are still quite many teams together, even if they are lining up quite a bit. I think I can spot Kove's running shirt there, Lauri Sild. But it is Vekaladen Veikot who is punching first. Janne Ovaska. Ikalisten Nouseva Voima, second team. Mikko Boutanen punching to third position. Already a very good first leg at Finspring Relay for Mikko Boutanen. Finished third there on the first leg. Also for the second team for Ikalisten Nouseva Voima. So one of the runners maybe getting into the discussions for an uplift towards the first team soon if he continues to perform like this on the first leg. But of course, we are only at the first TV control, and we have more controls to come, of course. as it gets darker and darker here. 17 teams within 47 seconds. And we had many of the top teams here at this first control. Tampere Pyrinto, Anton Kuka, 55 seconds behind, maybe one of the teams to name that lost a little bit of time in the beginning. Interesting as well with Kove, they didn't have their strongest team at the Finnish Spring Relay. There we had Alexander Kratov on the first leg who did a good job. Then they lost quite many places towards the end, finished 19th. But today they have the Silt brothers back in the team, but no Alexander Kratov. So they kind of changed Silt brothers against Kratov. So these are the standings, the top 10 here at the first TV control. We saw that Vekalat and Veikot is leading Janne Ovaska. Kove with a good start, only 2 seconds behind with small hesitation just before the control. Lauri Sild. Then of the other big teams, you can see down there, missing the 13th position here. To name Ica-Listen, Nosima Voima 1 minute and 6 seconds behind, and Tampere Pyrinto at around 1 minute behind. Back to some GPS towards the fourth control. See that still Kove in front. No GPS device for Vekalat and Veikot. Ica-Listen, it's the second team there. Doing good job again. The same for Tampere Pyrinto. And Parma with 2 teams, just in the leading group. Tuukka Mäkinen and Eero Heinonen for the first and second team for Parma. Now you see this, another forking coming. It's another one of this spread out over 2 controls forkings. So most of the runners should go to the D and F. We don't see any of the teams dropping down to D and F so far. I see MS Parma's second team just leaving the group there. I'm sure there are many more teams around, but we don't have the GPS devices on. But looks good for Kove, looks good for Turun Metsen Caveat and Ica-Listen, the second team. I see there that Angelniemen Ankuri getting off direction. Maybe heading down to this open Katten area in order to get a little bit help with direction and distance. So there we have the punch for Ica-Listen and for Kove. A mistake there by the second team for Tampere Pyrinto, having to turn back towards the D and F option. So there they lost the contact with the leading group for sure. And down here we are in an area where we haven't been in the women's race. As you can see, it's quite flat up there, small features, quite small hills as well. So definitely a challenge when it comes to night orienteering. And here we got some GPS. You can see that there is quite a green area around this sixth control. It's a tricky one to take if you have the D option. You can also see that a few of the teams getting a bit more to the north, heading towards this small track there, in order to avoid a bit of this green area. No bigger problems for the teams. We have on the screen here, it's still Kove, it's MS Parma, it's Ikalisten's second team, and Turen, Merz and Kevätyön there in the lead at control 7. So we are waiting at 3.3 kilometers for the punch of these first teams. And here we get it. Ikalisten, Noseva, Voima in the lead. Kove in second position. Turun, Merz and Kevätyön in third. Tuukka Mäkkinen for MS Parma into fourth. No other teams there yet. So it seems to be those 4 teams in this group. No other team without the GPS device around. And no Vikalainen Veikot was in the lead at the first TV control. Now we got some more teams coming there very soon. You can see here it's the second team of MS Parma, Eero Heinonen. The gap almost a minute, so almost a minute between those 4 teams in the lead and the chasing group. You can see we have 2 teams from Tampere and Pyrinto there, but not the first one. The first one is missing still. Very many teams together though at the moment, coming here within a few seconds only. So a very, very large group behind and chasing those 4 teams in the lead. And you can see now that Ikalisten, second team, heading a bit far to the north. The other teams, I think they got control over the situation. Turun, Merz and Kevätyön and Kove, and also MS Parma. Think that this here is definitely an advantage when you have the lights, because you can see the lights of the other runners very, very good when you face them. So no bigger damage for Ikalisten's second team. And you can see this large large group of teams just behind, running towards control 9 now. So they are heading quite far to the north. Have to change direction a little bit. You can see that the second team from Tampere Pyrinter has quite good direction. Maybe they will help the others to find the control. And these are the standings. Ikalisen Nouseva Voima, the second team, Mikko Putanen. As I said, a very, very good first leg already at the Finspring Relay, and now he's doing it again, at least in the beginning. After, almost halfway through this first leg. And then here you have this very, very, very big group of runners from around 1 minute to almost up to 2 minutes. Back with the GPS, you can see that still we have those two groups. On the way back now. It's of course not here we expect any bigger changes of the situation, because it's quite straightforward. It's keeping direction on this control. It's no forking coming, so there shouldn't be too much of distraction. Of course, you can see the second group splitting up a bit. Some of the runners trying to avoid a bit of the marshy surface, marshy underground. Keeping a bit more of a left, keep themselves left to the red line. You can also see that they are splitting up a little bit in the leading group, just having different micro route choices with Turun, Merz and Kevätyön and Parma. Going to the west, using the hill. Ikalisten using this small track, and Kove more or less straightforward to the control. Now hesitating a little bit. Just in the circle. I think they got it now. Let's see how the chasing group is solving this situation. You can see that it's the same situation there. A few of the teams keep on the track as Tampere and Pyrinter. Others, as the second team of Tampere and Pyrinter and the second team of MS Parma, they go up the hill there. Use the top of the hill with runnability up there. We have seen that on the camera pictures. When you come up on the hills, then you get this open area. You got very good runnability. And now we are, of course, back in the area where the women's relay already was. So heading towards north again. Slightly different course from here. If we think back to the women's course, then we had this forking coming when they were running over this cutting area. In the men's race, we have first a common control a bit left to this cutting area, and then the same forking just afterwards. Here we have it. You remember the women coming from the same direction, but if you look in the picture now, they have a control there to the right, so they're not heading up into this cutting area here. So we have this forking coming now. First control 11, then the forking. We have it in the picture here, and then the TV control at control 13. But it's still the same situation. We still have those 4 teams in the lead. We still have Mikko Poutanen for Iikalisten Nouseva Voima, second team. Lauri Silt for KV. Jussi Suna for Turun Metsänkävijät. And Tukka Mäkkinen for MS Parma. Small hesitation there. Now they have to be careful. There is a mistake for Turun Metsänkävijät and Parma. I think that KV and Iikalisten got the control. But this is now a very good chance for the teams behind to get closer again. So here we are waiting for them with our running cam, following them then to these forkings. I think we have 2 lamps here and then 2 more to come there. So that's what we saw, the mistake from Iikalisten. And it's still Iikalisten here in the picture. So we have KV and Iikalisten Nouseva Voima, second team. And Turun Metsänkävijät, yes, it was. Turun Metsänkävijät and MS Parma a little bit behind. You have to be careful now in order to not just chase the runners in front of them down, because it's this forking coming. And you can see very clearly that it's starting to get darker and darker. Here's the control. So now the next control will be the TV control. So there we get another indication about the time, about the gap between those teams, maybe still 4, maybe 2, and the chasing group. And we can see a bit different. We see light here from different directions. So the gap is not as big as it was before. 4 lamps here, punching right there. KV in the lead, Lauri Silt, Turun Metsänkävijät in second position, Iikalisten Nouseva Voima in third position, the MS Parma. But how big is the gap between those 4 leading teams? It was around a minute before. It's definitely less. Here they are. It's only 24 seconds now. So Anton Kukka could come back. He was almost a minute behind at the first split time. Now back again, only about 25 seconds behind. And here you can see many of the lamps of this huge chasing group we had already from early in the race. So still the 4 of them in the lead, but the gap is definitely getting smaller and smaller. And the next control is a common control. So if you see now, if the chasing group can spot the runners in front of them, it's a good possibility to close the gap. You can see that from the first to the second TV control, we had Philipp von Arx with the fastest time, the Swiss runner, starting for Lachten Suunnistajat. Getting this chasing group closer to the top group again. Forty teams have been at this TV control here, and the gap is around 4 minutes, and this is a huge mistake by Angel Niemen Ankuri. Tuomo Mäkelä has been at almost every of the controls, as it seems. That's a huge time loss for Mäkelä. Back with Ikä-listen, Nouseva Voima. Remember, it is the second team. Mikko Poutanen. Can't spot any of the other runners, but it will be forking coming. And now you can definitely see how little reflection you get from the surrounding when it's flat around you. So you can see it's just heading in this marsh a bit to the east. I guess that he has control J to take, otherwise he would be quite off direction. Also see that Turun Metson-Kävijät and Parma in a good direction towards control 15. Kove and Tampere. Pyrinto, so Tampere and Pyrinto got now in contact with Kove. Kove seems to have lost a little bit of time there, a few meters. Now spotting Ikä-listen. But this looks much better for Turun Metson-Kävijät and Parma to this 15th control. Now you can see on the running cam as well the other teams there. We have Kove, Lauri Sild, you can also see other lamps coming from the left. These are the other teams, and I'm not sure if he has control over the situation here, following Turun Metson-Kävijät, but he has to turn up there to control J. This doesn't look good for Sild, so let's see how he's gonna behave. Is he? Yeah, you can see the other runners just in another direction. So how will he solve this situation? Now he is starting to start to hesitate. Now he has to find a clear point for the relocation. it's quite a good place to be actually, because there's a huge cliff there. I think that he got the situation. You can see all the other lights there. Yeah, this was a mistake of about a minute or more. Here we have Tampere and Pyrintö. Anton Kuka. I can see there's quite a big gap now for Turun, Merz and Kevätyön. Just when they approached K control in a very good manner, was enough to get away again from the rest of the group. He's kind of holding his lamp all the time. I wonder if there's some struggles with the light there. Look at the right hand, always at the lamp. Definitely some technical struggles there for Tampere and Pyrintö. Doesn't help, of course, but it's kind of, if you have one leg to choose where you get this kind of problems, I think it's still the first leg that is, let's call it the best one, because you have so many other runners around you that can help you. The light, now it seems to be better again. So now we are in this last loop. This is the stone. Here we get the split times, and you can see that Turun, Merz and Kevätyön is in the lead, and the lead is about 15 seconds to UK 77, Emil Sevelius. So he made his way up from 15th position after 2 kilometers, now in second position, Sevelius for UK 77. And Parma in third position, but there the gap is already a minute. So definitely a breakout for Turun, Merz and Kevätyön and UK 77. And as you can see, it's only a few controls left. It's the same last loop as we have seen in the women's first and second leg. So it's not this route choice leg that we had on the third leg, but it's the same as on the first and second leg, and only a few moments now to the first changeover. Turun, Merz and Kevätyön. Jussi Suna will change over to Samu Heiska. Was running the second leg already at Finspring and had the second best time there, so definitely a strong option on the second leg as well. UK 77 will change over to Jonathan Ray. And MS Parma will change to Topi Penttinen. They will have Akseli Ruohola on the last leg, so good option there as an anchorman. He was 18th at the World Cup long distance in Norway, so strong runner to come for MS Parma. But here we are waiting for Turun, Merz and Kevätyön, and I think this is Jussi Suna, yes indeed, coming on this last meters after a great first leg, has always been around in this leading group, had a very good performance already at the Finspring, so a very talented first leg runner for Turun, Merz and Kevätyön. That's very, very good to know for the relays coming. I'm quite sure that he will run the first leg as well at Tiomila and Jukkola after those performances here. Or at least he is in the discussions for it. Next runner we are waiting for. We had UK 77, Emil Sevilius. It was only 15 seconds the gap there, but now it seems as this gap has been growing. Coming there is a light coming. Let's see if it's him. It's definitely a group now. So they were a minute behind, but now there are many teams coming. It's hard to see with the light. I guess it's UK 77, not 100% sure. Emil Sevilius. I think we also had Ikalisten Noseva Voima. KV. Yes, indeed. There we have KV. Then we have Parma, Ikalisten Noseva Voima, second team. Tampere Pyrinto, fourth team. Otto Simosas, great run on the first leg for Otto Simosas. Turun, Merz and Kevätyön, second team. And then many more runners to come. Tampere Pyrinto, one of the favorite teams, the winners of the first relay of this Viestiliiga. Anton Kuka into 12th position. Around 1.5 minutes behind. We saw the mistake he did just at the last fork option there at control 15. 26 teams now within 27 teams within 2 minutes. Kalevan Rasti, 25th, Oskari Silvenoinen. And you could see something quite similar to the women's race, that it was splitting up early in the competition. It was splitting up. We had 4 teams together for a very big part of this competition. It was something similar in the women's race. So 4 teams that got away, but in the end, most of the 4, they struggled. It's only Turun, Merz and Kevätyön that made it through without any bigger struggles. So quite a convenient lead, more than a minute for Turun, Merz and Kevätyön and Jussi Suna. And quite a big time loss here for Paimion Rasti Aki Saari. More than 3 minutes behind.
Viestiliigassa kakkososakisa mennään Kevätyön viestiä ja aloitusosuuden selkeä keula. Minuutti 19 sekuntia. Jussi Suna, kuinka pääsit näin isoon karkuun sieltä?
No koko matka niin varmaan tuohon ihan viimeiseen mäkeen kun tultiin, niin sitä ennenhän me oltiin semmoisessa 4 hengen porukassa ja sitten noi alkoi näköjään saavuttaakin se koko pääryhmä. Mä yritin siinä sitten lähteä juokseen ja löysin sitten vielä rastitkin.
Oliko siellä, näkyykö niitä hajontaeroja vai oliko siellä teillä koko ajan yhteistyötä?
No kyllä meillä oli koko ajan samaa hajontaa, et en mä oikein nähnyt juuri yhtään hajontaa siellä. En tiedä mitä sitten oli. Ainakin se on silloin tasaa. tasainen. Se oli kaikilla sama.
Mitäs täällä, Emil Sevelius, nappasit sitten hurjan loppukirin päätteeksi kakkospaikan tässä vaihdossa, niin miten sulla siellä maastossa homma sujui?
No ihan hyvin kyllä, että alussa tuli vedettyä vähän rauhassa ja sitten pojat rupesi huutelemaan tuossa jossain takaisinpäin kääntössä, että porukka on irti tuolla, nyt meidän pitää vetää kiinni ja sitten tässä lopussa aukoilla saatiin selät näkyviin, niin vedettiin sitten ja melkein olin kiinni jo, mutta sitten tokalle vikalle tuli aikamoinen pummi siinä. Niin. Mutta hyvä.
Menikö tokavikan pummi vähän hermoilun piikkiin, kun tiesi, että on hyvin mennyt?
No ei oikeastaan, mä vedin selkää kiinni ja sitten mähän kyllä kadotin sen siihen jyrkänteeseen sitten, niin siihen tuli pikku pummi.
No miten sitten siinä samassa loppukirjan rytäkässä teille taisi sekunti jäädä eroon, niin KV:n Lauri Sild, niin millainen sun taival tänään oli?
Ensimmäinen puoli meni hyvin, keskityin oman suunnistuksen ja rastit tuli kuitenkin, no ei ihan helposti, mutta siis niinku kohtuullisen helposti. Mutta siis se oli niinku 1/3 ennen loppuun, se kaatuin ja meni keskittyminen vähän huonommaksi. Sitten tuli Jussi ja se puhui niin kovalla äänellä, että se tosi vaikea oli suunnista.
Koko ajan mä olin puolimatka hiljaa.
Sitten mä pummasin siellä yhden rastin, siellä oli siellä semmoinen kartossa valkoinen semmoinen laakemäki, mutta se oli vähän vihreämpi ja en niin oikeasti ymmärrä mistä menin ja siinä voisi mennä ehkä minuuttikin. Sitten yritin ottaa kiinni lopussa niin paljon kuin mahdollista.
Siellä selkeästi tuli virheitä muillekin, koska te olitte kuitenkin selkeästi täällä sitten kärkiporukoissa ja viesti jatkuu joukkueelta hienosti, niin pidetään peukkuja ja tsemppiä matkaan.
Kiitos.
You can still see runners waiting for the changeover to the second leg, but the first teams, they have been out for a while now. And as we heard and saw, it was Turun, Merz and Kevätyön who were the fastest. You can see it here as well. Jussi Suna, more than a minute faster than the others, and then behind it's a huge chasing group. And we had for quite a big time, we had these 4 groups, 4 teams in the leading group, but kind of crashed this group towards the end at the forkings. It was only Turun, Merz and Kevätyön and Jussi Suna who could keep their head calm and navigate without any problems through the controls. So now this gives us an interesting standing for this second leg, where we have Turun, Merz and Kevätyön in the lead and this huge group of other runners chasing him. And we are in the middle of this chasing group here at control 1. It's a forked control. You can see Tampere and Pyrinto there. I think it's the second team. So see Turun, Merz and Kevätyön shirt. It's the second team as well. So now running towards the second control and the second part of this forking up at the hill. You can see it here, a short recap. Turun, Merz and Kevätyön all alone in the lead, choosing to go around using this planted area there. And behind you can see the big group of chasing teams. They go a bit more straight through this green striped area. You can see that Turun, Merz and Kevätyön has the A option at control 1. Many of the leading runners in the chasing group they also have the A option, so all of them heading towards A. Ikalisten's second team has B. You see a bit of nervous behavior there, just that close to the control. Of course, it's always tricky when you are in a big group, getting closer to the controls. The controls are located quite close to each other. You have to find the right moment to slow down a little bit in order to be 100% sure about direction and navigation. I see that Turun Metson Kevätyön punched at the second control. Many of the other teams now at the most northern control. See that second team of Tampere, they have the A option. Tampere and Pyrintä, the first team, they are already on the way towards control 3. Ikällisten going towards C. We have Lynx there as well. Is there any of the teams with struggles? Hard to tell from here. Maybe the second team of Ikällisten having small problems there with the B control. So seems as if there's so many runners there on the hill, so I guess it's you always see someone heading to another control if you're not at yours, and of course if you have the C option and end up at B, that's not a very big problem. You have just to be aware of that you have to continue for another, let's say, 70 meters. Problems there for Lynx. Just overshoot the control. Now punching it. Kove struggles there at the A control. I don't know how long they have been there, but must have been a while. Because now they're definitely not in contact anymore. Yeah, Daniel Pampura for Kove going out in third position, but he is in danger now because I think that he lost contact to this chasing group, and if he still gets the tail of it, he's far behind the leaders of this chasing group, so a tough situation for Kove. Now we are with Samu Heiska. Punch there, and we can see that the chasing group still 1:16 behind. It was 1:20 at the start, so approximately the same speed for the chasing group as for Samu Heiska, Turun Metson Kevätyön, which is very good if you think about the fact that he is all alone out there, doesn't get any help of the other runners. Aleksi Sorsa getting back Tampere and Pyrintä a bit closer. Was heading out 1:32 behind. Now it's 1:18. So many of the teams having running quite at the same speed. No bigger changes in the gap there between Turun Metson Kevätyön and the chasing group. It's just, of course, the ones dropping off, as for example, Kove punch there now. 2 minutes and 56 seconds behind Daniel Pampura. So we lost 1.5 minutes. as we are following. Samu Heiska on his way to the 5th control, 4th and 5th. This is control 4, so now on the way to the 5th control. No problems at all there. You can see that it's quite dense in the forest here. Very impressive how he executes these legs. No hesitation, no problems. So here back at TV1 you can see the leg times so far. Sutari with the fastest time, and Kymäläinen for Tampere Punitor with a good start as well, but only for the second team. Alexis Sorsa though has the same running time for the first team. Now we get back into this green southern area. We get the recap here. You can see that it was at control 4 that we had Samu Heiska in the picture. It's just around control 4. You can see when it is green on the map, how dense it becomes suddenly. And there you have Kove as well, getting into the graphics. You can see that Turun Metson Caveat is using this vegetation border there as help for the navigation. Of course, that's a very smart move, especially when you're all alone. You can see some hesitation here, just at the control, looking around, but no problems for Tampere Winter and MS Parma. Might have been the second team there for Tampere. And here you can see, heading into a green area again, the visibility gets very much lower straight away. So now we have seen both of these options, both of these controls at control 5. The first part of the forking. You can see here we have seen both. This one that Turun Metson Caveat just punched there, and the other one at the cliff at control E. You can see that Heiska is heading towards this, first taking this open rock and then using this yellow bit in order to get forward. Very good direction for Heiska. No problems at all at control 6, and let's see how it will go for the chasing group, because it's a bit more nervous for them. They have to split up. It's all about not missing the right moment to leave the group if you have to. You can see some further problems there back for Kove. Overshot that fifth control. Big problems here for Daniel Pampura. See that very good for Ikalista Nouseva Voima. Helsingin Suunnistajat, second team. It's a bit too much up there. Not sure if they have control over the situation. Might be a mistake for them. No problem for Tampereen second team. Severi Kymäläinen. I wonder if the GPS was off or if we have some struggle there for Helsingin Suunnistajat. I think he's struggling. He has to go back. Just didn't go all the way. Was very close together with Kymäläinen at control 6, but didn't really go all the way. So now it's the turn. The same for MS Parma. So this will cost time for MS Parma, Topi Penttinen. Still no problem, still very good orienteering by Turun Merz and Kevätyön. I just wonder a little bit about the direction he's leaving the control, but he will most probably get to this green area. That will help him get the situation under control again. So now they got the control, MS Parma and Helsingin Suunnistajat second team, and we are back. I think with Turun Merz and Kevätyön. Yes, indeed. You get the times down there. The gap is 1 minute between Samu Heiska and Severi Kymäläinen. It was a little bit more, so they are running faster there. The chasing group around 15 seconds faster. But thinking about the fact that Samu Heiska is all alone, all on his own, doing all the work himself, this is still very impressive. And after some struggles in the beginning with the direction, I think he's back on track. Should see the control very soon. Control 9. Here it is. I can see that the tail in the graphics to the right is 30 seconds. So maybe just a bit less than a minute still, the lead for Samu Heiska. A good performance there for Ikalista Nouseva Voima. Teemu Oksanen, he started 146 behind. And now he's one of the first one in this chasing group. About a minute behind, a bit less maybe. You can also see in the graphics to the left that here it's kind of crossing the leg from before, so he sees all the other runners heading towards east, sorry. Can just see how much map contact he has. Checking the map very, very frequently. Tries to really see all the features on the way. And now it was not really accurate with direction here. Might cost him a few seconds again. All the others from the chasing group were almost glued to the red line, so I think they are closer again. I think it's only half a minute now. I'm sure we'll see it in a recap later. Here we have it. You can see that Heiska just went a little bit too far to the east, was running around those cliffs there, just at the border to the marsh, and had to get back again on the right direction. So this is a good chance now for the teams behind to get closer again. Here you see them. That's Tampere and Pyrintö. Here behind MS Parma, I think. Might be the second team. Viestiliiga also Voima just in front. You can also spot the shirt of Tampere and Pyrintö there. It's good. You can really good see the dynamics as well in this group. It's really everyone running just behind the others, but you can also see that everyone is checking the map very carefully, which is incredibly important, of course. You never know when the forkings are coming. Here's the control. This was Turun Merz and Kevätyön's second team, Tapani Koskenoja. And let's see, this is the GPS. You can see that Turun, Merz and Kevätyö still in the lead, but the gap is getting smaller and smaller. It's less than 30 seconds now compared to Tampere and Pyrintö, compared to Aleksi Sorsa. You can also see that it's kind of different direction there. Tampere and Pyrintö second team. Severi Kymäläinen quite far to the west, hitting this track, but I'm not sure. Maybe they might spot Turun, Merz and Kevätyö soon, using this track a bit longer compared to Tampere and Pyrintö and Viestiliiga nouseva Voima. And my guess is that one big group again, because now they are very, very close to Samu Heiska, who was leading this second leg all the way from the start to now. A little bit off right there at control 11. It's a tricky one because the flag is just located in a small green bit, so might be quite tough to see it. You can see filmed from this from below, from this open area, how they are heading up there into the slope. And I think that now everyone is together again, because this is a small mistake. You can see that the control is located just in a small green area in the re-entrance, and just not visible for Samu Heiska, and the other teams could manage to catch him there, Tampereen Pirito and Ikalisten Nouseva Voima. So Timo Oksanen for Ikalisten and Alexi Sorsa for Tampereen. As we get into this forking again, where we have seen problems, we have seen teams struggling. For example, Angel Niemenankuri on the first leg. With big problems here. Looks good for Tampereen Pirito. It's hard to say if the second team of Tampereen Pirito and Ikalisten had the G control, or if they have to go to H, or if they have to go to I. Looks as if Lynx would go to I. Yes, indeed. Ikalisten is off direction there. They are in trouble. They have to turn back. So first struggles here for Teemu Oksanen. And this is the TV control. So now we get definitely the times. This is Tampereen Pirito, the second team, Severi Kymäläinen, and here the first team. So double Tampereen Pirito in the lead, Severi Kymäläinen and Alexi Sorsa, and in third spot, still up there, Samu Heiska for Turun Merz and Kevätyön. So now it's three teams. Let's see how big the gap is compared to the others. Here we have Vekeladen Veikot up there again, Matti Suutari. Then we have Helsingin Suunnistajat, Vili Kangas, Ikalisten Nouseva Voima, second team, Joona Huila, 77, Tobias Järn. And then we also have the third team for Tampereen Pirito. So also here, we had that in the women's relay. We have it here again. Three very strong teams for Tampereen Pirito. And here we have the times as well between TV Control 1 and TV Control 2. And it is Ikalisten Nouseva Voima who is fastest there. But the second team, Joona Huila, was the fastest between those two controls. And then Menkele for Lynx, second fastest time. And then the two runners from Tampereen Pirito, Severi Kymäläinen and Alexi Sorsa. Of course, the most interesting here is the comparison with Turun Merz and Kevätyön, because most of the runners there were running within this big group, and it's mostly about changes in position in this group that decide over the fastest time between TV1 and TV2. Let's see here. Again, a bit more to the left, Tampereen Pirito. We have seen that before, another control. But both Tampere teams heading out to this open area. I think they're going to use it as a help for direction. More teams to come here. MS Parma, third team and first team. Topi Penttinen, we have seen big struggles for Parma. This is the control where we had KV and Lauri Sild with a big mistake at the J control. So I think if you go to the left there, then you get a lot of help with direction and also with distance, of course. So it will help you very much with the navigation, and especially when it comes to night orienteering, that can be a decisive bit of your tactics. So all of the teams actually, of course, they see each other all lined up, at least the chasing group. As we're here at Ikalisten, and I think UK 77. So we are just a little bit behind the leaders. Approximately half a minute behind. Now you have to be, of course, all of the runners here will first get to the K control, to the first one. So if you have the other one, you have to stay cool. Just keep going into the direction. Don't get confused when other runners around you.
Turun metsänkävijät. It's getting quite dark here and quite exciting also. It's going quite well for you. What are your tactics now for the last leg?
Nothing exceptional. I will probably, if the guys will come in a group, I will try to stay in the group and then see how it will develop and how my orienteering will go. So if I will be worse than I'm expecting, then maybe I will also stay and focus slightly more on orienteering. If it will feels good with orienteering and with my pace and speed will be good enough to get out from the guys, and I will try maybe. But we'll see. It's no any predictions right now, but how it will develop. Yeah.
Yes, let's wait and see. But good luck.
Yes, thank you. Kiitos.
As we heard of Ruslan Glebov, we could also see that Ikalisten's second team did exactly that. They stayed there at K control and got confused. I think they have to continue to control J. Otherwise, I think that Parma second team, now they're on the way to the next control. Didn't see any bigger problems of any other teams there. Here we have it again. Take a look at Ikalisten second team. They have the K control, but they hesitated there. Don't know if I just didn't see the flag. You can actually see that both Tampere teams splitting up and going each way off the cliff there, but they ended up at the J control even if they had the K as well. So it's almost all of the runners heading towards this direction anyway. So very soon.
Ja miesten viestin kakkososuus.
No niin, tässä on Tampereen Pyrinön ykkösjoukkueen Elias Kuukka. Siellä on ollut aika monipuolista tapahtumaa äsken siellä metsässä ja tilanne on tiivistynyt, niin mitäs luulet, missä tilanteessa meinaat lähteä nyt metsään ja millaisilla omilla taktiikoilla?
9 sekuntia Severi Kymäläinen, Pyrintö 2.
Tässä just kuuntelen tätä, että ihan hyvillä asemilla vissiin. Hyvillä mielin toki, että se on vaan hienoa, jos on paljon porukkaa ja päästään niin kunnon viestitunnelmaan. Olen kyllä odottanut tosi paljon tätä siitä Finspringista lähtien, kun en siihen päässyt.
Tahtipuikon tuolla metsässä.
Ei muuta kuin tsemppiä matkaan.
Joo, kiitos paljon.
Sen verran vahva kaksikko.
So we'll have two Tampere teams sending out their runners on the last leg in a very, very, very good position. For the first team, we will have Elias Kuka, as we heard him just at the interview. And for the second team, we will have Mikko Eerola going out in the forest. And the third one for Tampere, for Turun Merz and Kevätyön, also heard him before, Ruslan Glibov. So this will be an interesting situation for this last leg. And of course, we have many teams chasing behind as well. So this is far from over. It looks as if the first team from Tampere maybe just didn't see the control there at 18. Seemed as if they were hesitating a little bit. Maybe the flag is hard to see. Can see that Helsingin Suunnistajat have to be careful with direction there. Heading a bit far to the west. Now they got control over the situation again.
Einari Heinaro, Helsingin Suunnistajat. Siellä ollaan tiukasti mukana kärkitaisteluissa. Mitäs luulet, että tuolla odottaa merimaskulainen metsä ja maasto, niin mitä on tarjolla?
Vauhikasta nautinnollista suunnistusta, mutta tarkkana pitää olla.
Tsemppiä matkaan.
Kiitos.
That was Einari Heinaro will run out for Helsingin Suunnistajat on the last leg. I can see it's important now for Turun Merz and Kevätyön to keep in contact there. It can be very decisive to just be able to send out your runner without him having to close a gap on the first meters. That takes a lot of energy right away from the start. Looks very, very good for the two teams from Tampere and Pyrintö. Punching the control right there. So soon to the changeover, to the last leg, to the anchorman. And now I think we get the first runners to the changeover. I guess it's Tampere and Pyrintö. Yes, indeed. So this second leg, for a long time, we had Turun Merz and Kevätyön in the lead. Samu Heiska did a good job in the first half, on the first two-thirds of this second leg. But then he was being chased down by the two teams of Tampere and Pyrintö, and they will send out for the first team. Alexis Orsa will send out Elias Kuka. The second team will send out Mikko Eerola, and the third one going out in this trio here is going to be Ruslan Glibov. So Samu Heiska in second position, sending out Glibov, and Severi Kymäläinen sending out Mikko Eerola. Let's see how big the gap is. It is 11 seconds between the first three teams. And now it's every second is very important, because it's all about having the gap or not having it. So if they see the first three runners, then it's much more likely that they will be able to chase them down. But we get a punch here, and this is definitely a gap. It's quite a big one. This is UK 77, Tobias Jan. Good job here still for UK 77. It's also Ikalista Noseva Voima's second team, Joona Huila, had a good leg here as well. I think there is another team for Tampere Pyrintö. Yes, indeed, the third one. So we have 3 teams for Tampere Pyrintö in the top 4. This is going to be a very, very strong team for Tiomila, that's for sure. We also have 2 teams for Ikkalista Noseva Voima getting in the top 10 here. Still all the teams, all the 9 teams here within 1 minute and 22. I'll also get Lynx in to the changeover, and we got the second team for Parma and the second team for Turun, Merz and Kevätyön. Mikaelainen Veikot is changing there, and Helsingin Suunnistajat, interesting. Helsingin Suunnistajat, as we heard before, Einari Heinaro on the last leg, now chasing, but 145. I mean, he has a few runners in between, so there is still a chance to get into one of the top positions. But it's definitely a big task, a difficult task for him. And here now we have another gap after the first 13 teams.
Ja monien vaiheiden jälkeen tässä on sitten kakkososuudelta kärjessä saapuneet Aleksi Sorsa. Mitä siellä kaikkea tapahtui metsässä? Olit pitkään siellä vähän haastajana, mutta sieltä vain tultiin.
En osaa yhtään sanoa, mitä siellä on käynyt. Mulla suht hyvin pysy oma suunnistus hallussa, että ei ehkä hirveästi tuolla Orvan pesässä ole jännitetty, mutta siis vaikea sanoa. Siis todella vaikea rata ja tuntuu, että tilanteet vaihtuu koko ajan ja porukka juoksi ihan ristiin rastiin. Mielenkiintoista nähdä gepsi, mutta kyllä mä oon ihan tyytyväinen omaan vetoon.
Tämä on aikamoinen myrskyvaroitus teiltä punakoneelta. Nyt tässä Tiumilakin lähestyy, niin Severi, millaisilla taktiikoilla te siellä menitte? Oliko minkälaista yhteistyötä vaikka seuran sisällä?
Kyllä joo, me nähtiin Aleksin kanssa aika paljon siellä ja aina välillä kun nähtiin, niin huikattiin koodeja ja katsottiin onko samaa. Että aika paljon oli samaa, mutta jonkun verran oli eroavaisuuksia, mutta aika sujuvasti tunnuttiin menevä omien kautta.
Nyt on vielä viimeinen osuus siellä jäljellä, niin missä vaiheissa maastoa ja rataa uskotte, että siellä tulee ratkaisuja tapahtumaan?
Sen verran hyvä maasto ja rata, mun mielestä voi tulla ihan missä tahansa. Kyllä mä veikkaan, että siellä etelässä on ne kaikista haastavimmat raastit, niin mä veikkaan, että siellä hajonnalla Elias kuittaa vähän se lisäeroa itselleen ja hoitaa hommaa kotiin.
Mites Mikko vastaa siihen?
No Mikko tulee siinä imussa ja kuittaa kirissä viimeistä.
Katsotaan kuinka käy. Kiitos.
Kiitos.
Not only did they change in the top, they were also the 2 fastest so far. Aleksi Sorsa the fastest, Severi Kymäläinen second fastest on this second leg. And again, the standings after 2 legs, as we see here, the red machine from Tampere and Pyrintö. 3 teams in the top 4. That's definitely a team to look out for in 2 weeks at Tiomila. But of course, we also have Turun, Merz and Kevätyön up in the fight for the victory today. And it's going to be a interesting fight because we have very good orienteers. We have Elias Kuka and Ruslan Glebov and Mikko Eerola out there, the top 3 in the forest. And here, as I said before, the fastest time on the second leg. Also here, you have 3 runners from Tampere and Pyrintö in the top 4. Very impressive. And here we are, behind Elias Kuka. And as far as I can see, there is no other runner there. So I can't spot Ruslan Glebov. There was a forking at the first control. And I can't see the second team of Tampere and Pyrintö either. But what I can say is this is quite a good speed here. In the dark night, in the dark Finnish night. And now we have him here. That's Ruslan Glebov.
Kevätyön viestin ratamestari Juho Rajaniemi. Millainen työ on ollut tehdä näitä ratoja tänne Kevätyön viestiin?
No kyllähän se aina on melkein vuoden mittainen homma. Et itse asiassa aloitettiin heti kesäkuussa viime vuonna ratojen tekeminen ja ne oli aika lailla valmiit jo syyskuussa. Sitten tuli pieniä muutoksia talven mittaan. Perinteiset hakkuut osu tonne, no ja maasto vähän muuttui ja muutoksia tuli keväällä vielä tehty jonkun verran. Ja totta kai viimeiset pari viikkoa aina melkoista hoppua, että saadaan kaikki valmiiksi. Mutta mielenkiintoista ja hauskaa on taas ollut.
No mitäs nyt siellä on ankkuriosuus menossa ja kovasti on radat saanut kehuja ja että on vaikeita rastipisteitä, niin missä sä ratamestarina itse uskot, että ratkaisut tullaan tekemään?
No radat on haastavia, maasto on vaativaa, tiedän sen, ja oikeastaan ratkaisu voi tapahtua siinä mielessä ihan missä vaan. Mutta jos siellä pitkään tullaan porukassa, niin kyllä ihan loppuun on säästetty pieni semmoinen jekku tuohon miesten ankkuriosuudelle, että ihan parilla viimeisellä rastivälilläkin voi sitten tehdä ratkaisuja. Katsotaan miten käy.
No me jäädään jännityksellä odottamaan tätä jekkua. Yes. Kiitos hienosta ratamestarityöstä.
Kiitoksia.
I'm back with some GPS here. You can see that we have the 3 teams more or less together, but you can already see that it's splitting up between Turun, Merz and Kevätyön, Tampere and Pyrintö, and Tampere and Pyrintö second team. Didn't have really the same control there. Very well executed by Kuka. Few more extra meters to go for Glebov. So that might be the reason why you have seen Elias Kuka alone there. First, at least, on this cutting area. And the gap, you can see it's about 25 seconds. So not the very best direction by Mikko Eerola. Has to adapt direction, having to go back. That's a mistake there for Turun, Merz and Kevätyön as well. Ruslan Glebov now together again with the second team of Tampere and Pyrintö, and this is definitely a big lead now. About 45 seconds for Tampere and Pyrintö first team. And from the teams behind, we have Ikalisten, maybe the most difficult control, the A control there. But seems to go well. And now we're waiting at the first TV control, and this is only one lamp here, and that can only mean that Tampere and Pyrintö's Elias Kuka is still in the lead. The question is, how big is the gap? So let's see, the clock is ticking. So at the start they were more or less together. Now it's definitely a bigger gap. We can also see that Ikalisten, Nosova, Voima a bit behind there, but seems to be in 4th position. Eetu Savolainen did a great job at Finn Spring Relay, had the fastest time in the last leg, so let's see if he can repeat that. But first in with 44 seconds behind, Tampere Pyrintö's second team, and 46 seconds behind Ruslan Glibov for Turun Merz and Kevätyön. Here we have Ikalisten started, it's 1:17 behind, now it's 1:31. Definitely closer to Eerola and Glibov, but lost a bit of time compared to Elias Kuka. Still have OK 77, also very good team performance so far. Johnny Donner. I think this is Helsingin Suunnistajat. Einari Heinaro, 1:32.34 behind. So Ikalisten, Nosova Voima second team, and Vekaladen Veikot first team. Not far behind Helsingin Suunnistajat and Einari Heinaro. Only a few seconds, so maybe the chance there to get together again. Here you can see the 3 runners for OK 77 who did a great job so far in this relay. Så här lynx, Niklas Saramäki. This is another team for Turun Merz and Kevätyön. And Tampere Pyrinto third team. Now they are losing a bit of time here. Some more GPS. You can see Tampere Pyrinto on the way to the 4th control. Slightly different route choice compared to Turun Merz and Kevätyön and the second team from Tampere Pyrinto. They are a bit heading up a bit straighter there. I think the gap is melting a little bit. It was 44 seconds behind. Not the best direction out there. And now they are together again. I'm not sure if the second team, Mikko Eerola, is still has contact there. Has also different forking at this point. So can stay a little bit higher in the slope. Should give him the chance to get back again, maybe into this team. We are with Eerola. A bit low. I think he's out in danger here. Has to climb a little bit. Starts to hesitate. I think he has control over the situation again. But maybe decisive in order if he will see the others. Let's see if he can spot any other lights. This is Ikalisten Nouseva Voima. Eetu Savolainen having a good start also into this competition here. See a little recap here. Hesitations by Kuka, allowing Glebov to get in contact again. Struggled there, didn't find the control. Very, very close. Maybe luck there for Eerola and also for Ikalisten because Savolainen is now in contention again. And I'm not sure. I think they will split up to different options. We have seen that before, that you can head a bit more to the north, but this is too extreme. By Elias Kuka, he will definitely lose time there. It's good for him that this track is coming there. It will help him again to get back in direction. He struggled a little bit with the direction earlier as well. Here we are with Turo Metson-Keväät fixing something with the lamp maybe. Yeah, definitely has some struggles. Yeah, now he has to fix something, some technical issues. Has to take off the lamp. Oh, this is a wonder what the problem is. Has to stop. And now we can see that Tampere and Pyrintö just passed there as well. Lost contact. I think the technical issues are solved, but he lost a lot of time there, Ruslan Glebov. And I think this is Oko 77 coming into the picture there. I don't have the GPS for them, but we know that they did a good performance so far. But this is definitely a big time loss, and I mean he has to find his right control as well. Ruslan Glebov was off direction, has to turn back to the TD options. All the other teams are away and past him. Very unlucky situation for Turo Metson-Keväät and Ruslan Glebov. And you can see that the other teams, the other three teams all together at Control 7 will be interesting to see where we get 77 again as well. We know that we get the intermediate times at Control 8, so very soon they will be there. Here we have the time, so 2 seconds behind and 4 seconds behind the two teams from Tampere and Pirinto. And I think it was, again, a bit of a lucky situation for Elias Kuka that when exactly the time when he did the mistake with the direction, everyone else suffered a little bit of problems as well. And now I'm not sure about the direction again. Heading too far to the north. Maybe the chance for Glebov to get closer again. You can see 77 and to the Merz and Kevätyön, and you can see that the other team's too far to the north. They have to follow the red line there. It seems as if one of the teams, one of the Tampere teams, got control over the direction again. It's the second team. The others are still quite far up north. This is Glebov and this is Johnny Donner as well. But they are doing quite exactly the same. I mean, it's a little bit more convenient to run out a bit to north right in the very beginning because there is a green bit just west from Control 8, but it's definitely a bit too far. They are heading up, but since all of them are doing it, there might be some problems to see this green area that should stop them. Back with the leading group. Back with Ikalisten, Nosova Voima. And Eetu Savolainen. The two teams from Tampere and Pirinto, one in red, one in white. So it's easy to keep them apart. The red one is Tampere and Pirinto 1, Elias Cook, and the white one, Tampere and Pirinto 2, Mikko Eerola. And here you can see to the Merz and Kevätyön a bit far up there as well. Again, I'm not sure if he's going to hit that control. Starts to stop now. Let's see if he can solve the situation. It seems like that. We can also see that Helsingin Suunnistajat. That's not the right direction now. Stopping there, entering the marsh. So definitely a small mistake for Ruslan Glebov again, and also some problems with direction for Helsingin Suunnistajat. It seems as if it's quite dense there in this area. This seems to be Ruslan Glebov, Turun Merz and Kevätyön. And probably Johnny Donner. So as from the start, we still have 3 teams in the top, but it's not the same team, the same teams, or let's say 2 of 3 are the same. But Ikalisten, Nosova Voima, and Eetu Savolainen did a great job here so far. Now losing a little bit of contact there, maybe, but took him all the way up to this leading group. Struggles a little bit now. Has to be careful in order to not lose the other two teams. I think he's there again. So no problem, we can see. Turun, Merz and Kevätyön. Now it's a bit far to the east. Has to turn north, maybe gets those two cracks there. Seems so. But now the gap is approximately a minute. So all the three teams together still control 11. We have seen mistakes before on the second leg by Turun, Merz and Kevätyön, but then he was all alone. So now we have three teams together, and I think that those 6 eyes should be able to spot control 11, even if it's located in a small green area. Let's see, Tampere Pyrinto decides to use the track a little bit. Yeah, all three of them do that. So now it's control 11, then it's the forking at control 12, and at control 13 we will have the next TV control. But let's take them first to this 11th control. Doesn't seem to be any problems for them. I wonder if they have the control. I don't think so. So this is going to be interesting. We have Tampere Pyrinto, Ikalisten, a bit far to the south. I think Tampere Pyrinto's second team has punched the control now. Will he be able to play cool? Or will the others spot the control as well? I think that they got the control now as well. But it is a few meters for Mikko Eerola, who was able to spot his control first. So this is another indication that it's quite dense there and that the flag is extremely hard to see. Let's see how Ruslan Glebov manages to get there. Now enters the circle, and the teams in the front will go to their forking. Each one of them has a different one, so this is going to be very, very interesting. Tampere Pyrinto 2 has the H control. Both Ikalisten, Nosva Voima, and Tampere Pyrinto first team are on the way to Chi. I wonder if this is going to end up well for the first team of Tampere Pyrinto. Spin there at the control now. Ikalisten, Nosva Voima looks good for Eetu Savolainen, but will Elias Kuka be able to make his way to the I option as well? Hesitating now, starts to stop there. I think that Mikko Eerola has punched his control, but I'm not sure if Kuka has control over the situation. Turning now towards his control. That looks much better, but he will lose time here. So now the 3 teams became 2. And it is Savolainen first here. Such a strong performance again. And a small, maybe mistake with direction here. For Eerola, I think that we can spot the lamp of Elias Cook as well. But the time is running out, so he'll definitely lose quite a lot of time here. You can see the tail 30 seconds, so he lost about a minute here. And Glebov seems to have control, got to the H control. Now we see more lamps. This will be interesting. He's punching here, maybe from another leg. So this is Tampere and Pyrintö. Elias Kuka lost about 50 seconds at this forking. And I think that we can spot the lamp of Ruslan Glebov. Is Johnny Donner still around as well? For Uko 77. I think there might be another lamp as well. Oh. So this is Glebov. For Ture Merz and Kevätyön, 1 minute and 19 seconds behind. I think now we can spot the lamp there. Might be Johnny Donner, let's see. But he lost contact with Glebov. And now this third leg is slightly different compared to the 2 legs before. We have another a bit shorter control to 14, and then we won't keep at the right to the right of this Katten area where we have seen we have had the forking there at the first leg. We had Aurisil doing a mistake at this point, so now we will go to the other side of the Katten area, a little bit longer, a control we haven't seen before. That's another second leg runner, I guess. So here we have it, this 14th control, and then from the 14th to the 15th, there will be another control, one we haven't seen in the relay before. Let's take this one first, because I think it's gonna be tighter again. Ikalisten misses the control by a few meters, gets out to the track. Tampere and Pyrintö second team is doing the same. Look behind, Ture Merz and Kevätyön quite close to Tampere and Pyrintö again. So the gap now, only 30 seconds. And almost contact for Ruslan Glebov. I hope that he will go to the control and not just follow Tampere and Pyrintö. I'm not sure if he has the control there. He might have to. I think that might have been the chance for Glebov, but he missed it by just following the light out from control 14 instead of heading towards the control. There we got time loss by another 20-25 seconds for sure. We also got the punch from Johnny Donner into 5th position, 2 minutes 59 behind, so lost quite a bit of time there in between. Well, unfortunately, we can't say where he lost it. Next runner here, Helsingin suunnistajat, Einari Heinaro. Another second leg runner punch there. Now we see that Tampere and Pyrintö decides to run in the forest. Ikalisten, Nosova Voima and Tampere and Pyrintö using this track there. And behind, Ruslan Glebov desperately trying to chase down the other ones in the lead. Would have been the chance at control 14 to get closer again. So here we are with Mikko Eerola for the second team of Tampereen Pyrintö. Heading towards this control 15. You can see that as soon as you get down, I mean, this is the reason why we have seen mistakes close to the control. You can also see that there is no reflector at the control, so it's not that easy to spot them. But as soon as you get down into this re-entrance, vegetation often gets a little bit more dense, and then the control is hard to spot. We have Eetu Savolainen, just a few meters behind Eerola. And on the screen to the right, we can see that it's not many meters down to Elias Kuka either. From here, it's not far to go. We will go to this very soon, to this last TV control. There's one control in between, and then back to the control where we had the route choice in the women's race. So the choice to go a different route from 18 to 19 to the second last control. But let's keep focus on this 16th control. Small problems there for Turun, Merz and Kevätyön again, but I think Klebov's chances for the victory, they have gone now, maybe even for the top 3. And here we see the gap between Kuka and the other 2 teams. It's only a few meters. So 3 teams still in the fight for the victory at this Kevätyön Viesti, the second competition of the Viestiliiga, the Finnish Relay Cup. And 3 teams and 3 spots on the podium, but only one can win. Is it Tampereen Pyrintö, the first team? Is it Tampereen Pyrintö, the second team, or is it gonna be Ikelisten Nouseva Voima? I don't think that Turun, Merz and Kevätyön has a chance to get in contact again, and not if they don't do any mistakes, at least in the front. So punching there at control 17. Now it's Control 18, quite an easy one to get. And then interesting to see at Control 18, will they go on different routes? Will they keep together? What's the tactics? Is there any of the runners that feels he has to risk anything in order to have a chance to win this race? So here we get it. You have the chance to go all the way to the north to use the road there. Or then you head up again, straight up into the slope and run a straight line. I guess that's the first one. He's going to try to go around, but let's see. Definitely, they are splitting up. Very interesting. We see that Tampere Pyrinto second team is going all the way around. Ikalista, Noseva, Voima and Tampere Pyrinto, the first team, going straight. Very interesting situation to this second last control, as we have Ruslan Glibov for Turun, Merz and Kevätyön at the TV control. Just too far behind in order to be one of the remaining teams fighting for this victory. But let's get back again. We see that they are splitting up. Mikko Eerola going all the way to the north. And let's see if it's paying off. This is going to be very, very exciting. I think that both Ikalista, Noseva, Voima and Tampere Pyrinto will head down as well towards the path, towards the road now. But is there any advantage for Tampere Pyrinto's second team? Or is it... They are almost together again, but I think that there is a disadvantage for Tampere Pyrinto, the first team, getting stuck there on the way out from the terrain to the road. So I think if they are not missing the control, there's a very good chance for Ikalista, Noseva, Voima and the second team of Tampere Pyrinto to be first at this second last control. It's only a few seconds though. So definitely not out of the fight yet, Elias Kuka. All of them a bit low in the slope there. So this is gonna be interesting. Who gets control over the situation first? All three of them are too low. Now they are stopping. I think that Kuka is heading up there. Maybe he noticed the situation first. And now I think they are all three together again. Ikalisten heading out. Trying to get as fast as possible to the road. You can see that Tampere Pyrinto is keeping up in the slope. Tampere Pyrinto's second team is doing something in between. Let's see if it's gonna pay off. Ikalisten is extremely far to the north. Almost running a 90 degrees angle there now. Tampere Pyrinto more straight towards the street, and the first team of Tampere keeping closest to the red line. This is going to be very interesting. So we have in red, we are waiting for Elias Kuka. We have in white, Mikko Eerola, and we have in blue Eetu Savolainen. So who's going to get there first? It's hard to see. It's red. It's the first team of Tampere Pyrinto, Elias Kuka. Then it is second there, Ikalista, Noseva, Voima, Eetu Savolainen, but this is not over yet because they are in the run-in after a good fight on the last leg with changes in the lead all the time. I think it's going to be Tampere Pyrinto, the first team, and I think it's going to be a second place for Ikalista, Noseva, Voima, but a very, very good fight between all the three of them with different routes on different controls here in the very end, and a very, very exciting finish of these three teams. So the winner, again, after they have been winning the first competition of this Viestiliiga, with quite a different team though. Now again, winning even the second competition. Tampere and Pirintö first team, Anton Kuka on the first leg, Alexis Sorsa on the second leg, and Elias Kuka on the third leg. And second place with a great performance on this last leg, more than a minute faster compared to the other two. Eetu Savolainen for Iikalisten Nouseva Voima, having Mikko Knutila on the first leg and Teemu Oksanen on the second leg, and third position for the second team for Tampere and Pirintö, Anssi Huostila, Severi Kymäläinen, and Mikko Eerola. So once again, this finish, all of them with a mistake. It would have been a chance here for Iikalisten and Tampere and Pirintö's second team to be a few meters ahead at the second last control. And then again, I think it was just the best way out from the control to keep closest to the red line for Tampere and Pirintö and Elias Kuka. Paying off for Iikalisten compared to Tampere and Pirintö's second team, though, to head out quite far to the north in an almost 90 degrees angle to this path, and then following it all the way to the last control. And I think that we have the fourth team now to the finish. Struggled in the beginning, first at the wrong forking at the first control, then technical issues with the lamp, just on the way to the sixth control, and now into fourth position for Turun Metsen caveat Ruslan Glibov. Of course, he doesn't have to sprint anymore here on the last meters, just jogging and getting his team to the finish. Great performance on the first leg for Jussi Suna. Then very many minutes in the lead as well for Samu Heiska. Just about 2/3 of the competition he was in the lead before he was caught by the other teams. And then the anchorman Ruslan Glebov into fourth position. So here we are with MS Parma, and good spot there. Some few other teams as well. I think it was Turun Suunnistajat, Helsingin Suunnistajat should be around here somewhere as well. There is Turun Suunnistajat in the orange-white. It is Helsingin Suunnistajat. Tampere and Pirintö with another team there. MS Parma, we see that even here they are splitting up. MS Parma going to this Iikalisten option that we have seen by Eetu Savolainen, and the others going more for the Kuka option here towards the last control. I think there might be a few other teams as well in between. For example, could be 77, Joni Donner. Could be somewhere there around as well. Yes, coming here indeed, all in white. Into a great fifth position for OK77. They had a very strong performance throughout the whole relay. Maybe not highest up on the list of the favorites, but very well executed runs by all the three of them. And behind we have the fight for the sixth position. I think it was MS Parma, Akseli Ruohola, and Turun Suunnistajat, Touko Seppä, and also Einari Heinaro for Helsingin Suunnistajat. Let's see who's going to make it to the finish first. I think it is MS Parma. Yes, indeed. Actually, Ruohola and then Touko Seppä for Turun Suunnistajat. Taking them into seventh position. And next one to come, Helsingin Suunnistajat. and Einari Heinaro. Approximately 5 minutes behind the winning team from Tampere and Pyrintö.
No, tässä oli melkoista jännitysdraamaa tarjoiltiin meille koko ankkuriosuuden ajan. Että jos joskus GPS kannattaa seurata jälkikäteen, niin nyt varmasti tiedätte sen itsekin ja ette ehkä tarkoituksella meille tätä nautintoa tarjoilleet. Mutta Elias Kuukka, kerro sä ensin, että mitä kaikkea siellä oikein tapahtui?
No mistäköhän sitä aloittaisi? Ekaksi mä menin jonkin matkaa Ruslanin kanssa ja sitten tuli vähän virhettä ja ajattelin, että hän pääsi karkuun, mutta en tiedä sitten mitä kävi, mutta sitten suuri osa radasta tai sieltä puolesta väliin lähti ainakin, niin palloteltiin siinä poikain kanssa vähän virheitä ja ihan hyviäkin välejä siellä.
Mites Eetu sieltä? Otit takaa vähän toisia kiinni ja siellä sitten mentiin porukalla, niin mitä tuntemuksia?
No joo, alku lähti kyllä mukavasti ja sai vähän yllättäenkin tosiaan Ruslanin ja sitten Miko ja Eliakse kiinni ja siinä sitten aika lailla tilanteet tosiaan vaihteli, että välillä itse kukin oli vähän irti ja erossa muista, mutta sitten ihan tuohon loppuun tultiin käytännössä toiseksi viimeiselle täysin samaan aikaan ja siitä kaikki vähän eri linjalla viimeistä rastia kohti ja Elias tuli siihen sitten ekana omalla linjalla ja käytännössä sitten siihen se vähän ratkesi, että oli pikkasen liian iso ero.
Se oli jännittävä se viimeiselle rastille saapuminen. Kaikki tosiaan otti eri ratkaisun. Severi oli aivan varma, että Mikko hoitaa loppukirin, mutta näin ei nyt ihan tällä kertaa käynyt.
Joo, Finspringissä oli vahva loppukiri, mutta nyt ei ollut ihan niin vahvaa. Et siinä kun pojat sai kiinni vähän ennen viimeisiä rasteja, niin siinä joutui vetämään vähän ylivauhtia itse ja sitten oli aika hapoilla siinä. Mutta siinä oli toiseksi viimeiselle välillä, niin päätin, että siinä oli reitinvalintaväli ja päätin, että otan eri reitin kuin muut. Ja siellä iskin siihen sitten ylämäkeen, loivaa ylämäkeen tiellä ihan täysin ja sitten siinä jalat ihan rikki. Ja kuitenkin samaan aikaan ne ei palkinnut se sitten.
Se oli todella jännittävää katsottavaa ihan loppuun asti. Tosiaan kiitokset näistä kiemuroista ja kaikille teille onnittelut Viestiliigan menestyksestä.
Kiitos.
And in the meanwhile, we also got Lynx to the finish. Niklas Saramäki taking Lynx into 9th position. And we are still with a few of the teams here. See that the Ikalista second team decides to go all the way around there in the fight with Turun, Merz and Kevätyön second team. I also see that Kove is here on the way to the finish. They lost quite a lot of time on the second leg. Now with Timo Sild as the anchor man, and here you can see it, the fastest man on the third leg so far, Eetu Savolainen, more than a minute faster compared to the two runners from Tampere and Pyrintö. Had a lot of action today in this relay, many changes in the lead, even a few struggles with the headlamps thing that of course can happen in night relays, a nightmare for every runner who is running in the night. But I think that everyone, or at least Ruslan Glebov, is very much more convenient to have it here compared to if it would happen in 2 weeks at TU Mila. So here we have the next group to the finish, closing the top 10. The last spot in the top 10 goes to Helsingin Suunnistajat second team. And just behind there, we also have Navi And then into 12th position, Kove with Timo Sild, and 13th, IF Brahe, Emil Jansson. Can see that Ikalisten, those were Voima second team, they would have actually had the chance to be first at Control 19 compared to the second team of Turun, Merz and Kevätyön, but mistake there, got too low, the same problem as we have seen the leading group do as well. So it's tricky if you run into the slope like this.
Train brilliantly with Forerunner. See every running insight lit up on a bright AMOLED display. And get ready to be better for it. Only from Garmin.
Sinä tekniikan alan ammattilaisena tai opiskelijana tiedät hyvin, että elämässä sattuu ja tapahtuu. Välillä mukavia ja välillä vähän vähemmän mukavia. Onneksi Insinööriliitto on olemassa, jotta sinun ei tarvitse yksin puolustaa etujasi. Liiton jäsenyys on työelämän vakuutus. Se antaa sinulle oikeudellista turvaa ja tukea. Keskity huolettomammin omaan uraasi, verkostoidu ja muista pitää myös hauskaa. Lue lisää ilry.fi.
Maanmittausala on suunnistajalle hyvä vaihtoehto siksi, että tässä saa olla tosi paljon karttojen kanssa tekemisissä ja sitten pääsee maastossa kulkemaan työpäivien aikana.
Kaikki, mitä pitää tietää metsästä. Milloin suoritetaan ensiharvennus?
No ei ainakaan viimeisenä.
Oikeaa tietoa tuottavasta metsän omistamisesta saat Suomen laajimmasta metsämediasta. MT Metsä.
Kevätyön viesti 2023. Jos ei nyt ihan vaarallisia tilanteita, niin ainakin vauhtia ja vaihtelevia tilanteita se tarjosi meille tänään. Mihin tänään kilpailu ratkesi?
No se ratkesi viimeisellä rastivälillä oikeaan valintaan.
Oliko enemmän kyse ratamestarin jekusta vai väsyneistä urheilijoista vai mistä?
No ei se, mä tiedän oliko se mikään jekku, se oli hyvä reitinvalintaväli ja monta vaihtoehtoa tarjottiin ja siinä sitten yksi toisensa jälkeen päätti lähteä omalle reitilleen ja taisi olla niin, että se mies, joka oli viimeisenä siinä rastille, hänelle jäi se vaihtoehto, että lähdetään suoraan ja se nyt sattuu olemaan paras.
Teillä oli tuolla varsin hauskoja kielikuvia paljon tuolla selostuksen osana ja muistelitte myös välillä vähän omiakin urheilusuorituksia ja kilpailuhetkiä. Timo muisteli, Janne ei niinkään. Pääseekö tuossa siihen samaan tunnelmaan, kun katsoo noita GPS-palloja ja muuta?
No pääsee siinä mielessä tietysti, että hieno nähdä tämmöistä niinku huippu-urheilijan taistelua, että se on osin erilaista kuin se oli ennen aikanaan, niin kuin puhuttiin lampuista ja muista, ja vauhtihan on kova. Se mikä oli, että kyllä miehet teki aika paljon tänään virheitä, että oli varmaan aika hyvä semmoinen paineet pois koneistosta ennen Tiiumilla, että nyt varmaan jokainen joukkue ottaa tästä semmoisen ryhtiliikkeen. Siellä on pystyttävä suunnistamaan kyllä aika paljon paremmin, jos meinataan pistää kampoihin niin kuin ruotsalaisen Norjasen joukkueelle. Että toivottavasti toimii hyvänä herätyksenä, mutta hieno kisa.
Ja kyllä se on totta, että ensimmäinen yösuunnistusviesti pitkiin aikoihin. Onko oletettava, että seurat tästä lähtevät nyt tekemään vähän lisää yötreenejä vielä 2 viikkoa Tiiumilaan aikaa?
No vaikea sanoa tietysti se, mitä Jannekin totesi tuolla selostamossa sen, että nyt on hyvin erilainen Tiiumilla, että siellä on paljon myöskin niitä hämärä- ja päiväosuuksia. Eli ihan niin suuri rooli ei missään nimessä yösuunnistuksella ole, mutta varmasti nyt ainakin maastotyyppiä halutaan ottaa haltuun ja tämä toimii varmaan nyt hyvänä treeninä sitten sinne ja toivotaan ainakin suomalaisen joukkueelle nyt sitten parempaa otetta siellä Skellefteåssa.
Kysyn vielä nyt, kun se Tiiumilla on seuraava viesti sitten, vaikka ei Viestiliigan osa olekaan, niin teidän ennakkosuosikit niin naisiin kuin miehiin?
Nyt tuli paha, en ole kyllä ajatellut asiaa juurikaan, mutta nyt kun siellä on vähemmän yöosuuksia miehissä, joka yleensä on ruotsalaisten vahvuus, niin
Pistin liian pahan tähän näin.
Mitäs mä nyt heittäisin? Haluaisin, että joku suomalaisjoukko olisi ihan siinä kärkikahinoissa, mutta nyt en osaa päätellä, että mikä se on. Mutta kyllä mä luulen paha pelkää, että naisissa Ruotsiin menee kyllä voitto, mutta siellä on monta hyvää joukkoa, ehkä ei IFK Göteborg.
No sama Göteborg on mulla suosikki, mutta kyllä mä naisissa haluan vetää vähän kotiinpäin. Tampereen Pyrintä mä luotan punahilkkoihin todella lujasti.
Ja kyllä täällä nyt nähtiin aika paljon vahvoja suomalaissuorituksia ja jos ei ainakin tätä punakoneen jylläämistä, niin katsotaan miten se sitten Tiiumilassa pyörii. Viestiliiga meillä jatkuu sitten seuraavan kerran Lakeuden viestissä 28. toukokuuta. Sinne päästään sitten jännittämään seuraavan kerran Viestiliigan suorituksia niin naisten kuin miestenkin viesteissä. Sitten seuraava Viestiliigan osakilpailu on Porvoossa juostava Venlojen ja Jukolan viesti, jossa sitten pääsemme kesäkuun puolivälissä näistä otteista nauttimaan. Ja syksyllä jatkamme sitten, elokuun lopulla 27.8. siellä ollaan sitten Kuopion Viestiliigassa, 10.9. Hollolassa SM-viestissä ja vielä Viestiliigakauden päättää 23.9. on sitten Esi-Jukola Kauhavan suunnilla. Meillä on paljon kivoja kisoja tässä jäljellä ja me lähdetään terottamaan myös selostamon kynsiä niitä varten. Kiitos kaikille seurasta ja läsnäolosta.